an amendment to move up audience participation above the reports if you want to do it like what we did last time. So do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Mayor?
Okay, what I heard a couple of motions, but was one want to drop into second? Okay. Thank you. I do have one question on the resolution for the authorized signatures. For our COVID-19 monies, John, were they set up in a separate account, and do these accounts that are listed here take that account into consideration? Or are we going to have to do another resolution?
I believe it takes into consideration. However, we're going to request action from the Assembly on July 14th.
July.
Did I say July 14th?
Yeah.
No, you said assembly.
Assembly.
Where is your assembly, John? Your council, For those that aren't watching, Simeon Lucy just pulled out a cup and is putting money into it.
So here's the deal. This is, I've been called out 3 times today. Council and borough instead of Palmer. It's a bad habit. I know you have your kids with a square jar. I'm going to have a borough jar. And if it gets really bad, I will get a Palmer Moose ball cap with this money. If it gets really, really bad, I'm going to get a tattoo. City of Palmer, Alaska, it's best.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
So I apologize to the City of Palmer and to the best city council that I've ever done. So the answer is, for the city council meeting on July 14th, there will be some action regarding COVID.
Right.
We will, if we have to do that with the financing as far as signatories, we will do it at that time.
Okay, good. All right, I just wanted to show. Any other discussions, amendments to the motion? Question? Yes. Who is, I don't know. Councilwoman Combs?
We need amendment to audience participation before reports, please.
Oh, that was already noted.
Okay, for the audience participation before the reports. Is there any objections to moving on that agenda item? Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, did you need a second?
I think we can just do no objections.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions, comments, amendments to the motion? Okay, Madam Deputy Clerk, would you take the roll?
Councilmember Del Valerius,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabrina Combs,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Harrington,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard Best,
Yes.
Councilmember Julie Burbridge,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Linda Combs,
Yes.
Mayor Edna DeVries.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, then, so we've amended our agenda, so now we will take up audience participation. Does somebody have a sign-in sheet? Does everybody know when they go? Are you escorting
Yes, Madam
people
Mayor.
in, or how are you handling it tonight?
Madam Mayor, we're going to handle it very similar to how we did last meeting, which is that we have people lined up outside in the door to help keep that action going through. Heather will be escorting people in. They'll be signing in over there. Collection of the signage will be in tonight. Tonight we're going to start though with Todd Smolden as our governor's rep. And so we'll start with him, and then we will escort these table, do all that kind of stuff. So we'll process just like that.
Okay.
So we'll also keep you informed as to how the line's moving through the night as well. Does that work?
Good, thank you. Audience participation is now open. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Todd Smolden, the Matsu Office of the Governor. Thank you, Palmer City Council. Appreciate being able to be here. It's been a long time, but I just wanted to first thank Palmer Mayor DeVries, Manager Lucy, Mr. Hanson for participating in meetings over the last few months as we've all been, as Valley leaders, trying to help people get through this difficult situation. And also thank you, members of the council, for your work as well on that. One of the things I'd like to just point out here as far as the numbers go is I know that there is increasing worry about the total case count in the state. The active case count is kind of more important than the total count. It has gone up, but we're not really seeing the increase in severity. I think we have 14 hospitalizations as of today. And as far as capacity goes, we feel really good about that. I checked today and we have 28 of 350 ventilators in use. So, and ICU beds, less than half of the ICU beds in the state are occupied right now. So capacity-wise, we feel really good about that. Two things that I know you're probably aware of, but I wanted to just kind of remind people of. I know that as a city council manager, mayor, you're working on how you can best utilize the CARES Act funds, and I haven't seen the program that you put together or anything, but I know you're that's either finalized or probably pretty close to it, so that's great. Also, through the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, there is mortgage and rent assistance up to $1,200, and that application actually, that process ends Friday. So I don't know if you have that out on your information, your city information or not, but please make sure you share that with me. And I just also wanted to be here just in case anybody had any questions. I'm more than happy to answer them.
Are there any questions from any of the council? I can't see you, so maybe Norma can recognize if there is somebody that's not.
No one's raising their hand down there.
All right.
All right, thanks a lot. I will travel home to Willow and listen to the rest of the meeting on my way home. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor,
Hi.
City Council members, Manager Musi, I appreciate your time. I've been a safety professional for 10 plus years now.
State your name, please.
Steve Bain,
Thank you.
safety manager for, well, I won't go into that. But basically, when I see an unsafe condition in different capacities in the city or on roadways, I try to report that to DOT, make sure that we make changes for the better, make sure that people are safe. So I had noticed as you head out of Palmer and hit the Old Glen Highway and head out of the city here, the speed limit is 55 miles an hour. And as you head out that way, traffic has increased substantially with the usage of new trailheads there at the Old Bridge, the Matsu River Park, all the way down through to basically Clark Wolverine Road. There's businesses, there's a lot of folks turning without a turn lane. And at 55 mile an hour, that puts a lot of people at risk. There's been accidents I've witnessed. There's been a lot of near-miss accidents. When you have near misses, basically your days are numbered until you have another accident, right? So I approached DOT and let them know about the safety hazard, and they said they wanted me to let the local community know. So I've submitted a letter to you, the council members, to make sure that it's on your radar. The Lazy Mountain Community Council, I've let them know. And Tim Gill, the District 1, Police District 1, Assemblyman for the borough, has a letter as well. DOT said let folks know. Changing the speed limit from 55 to 45 would only change that distance from Palmer's 45 zone to Clark Wolverine. That would add 35 seconds to someone's commute on the way out to the view. And it could save lives. I think it's really important, otherwise I wouldn't be here burning your time. In addition to that, I'd like to say thank you for keeping Chief Shelton on I worked with Chief Shelton back in 2008 on the Matsu drug unit. Very professional, just a great guy. Did his job to the hill. So anyway, that's all I have for you. I appreciate your time. Thanks. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Bean, you have submitted written testimony into the record. Do not specifically state that you want that read into the record, but having spoken tonight, it will be entered in written form. Are you okay with that?
I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
We will not read that into the record.
And Steve, did the highway say they want maybe a letter from the city asking that, or?
They didn't state that, they just said that
Can
they
you press the
wanted,
button, I'm sorry.
they didn't state that, they just said they wanted me to make the community aware. And so, since Palmer owns from, down to the bridge,
Right, yeah.
your 45 zone starts at Matsu River Park there. And basically, so your distance is down to a turnout into a park area that's at the apex of a curve. And
Right,
safety wise, you've got people pulling out. I'm sorry, I'm eating up your time, but
that's okay.
I didn't want to make you.
Okay. Okay, all right. So I guess maybe Johnny will just have you reach out to DOT, see if they need some formal thing, or just let them know that he has appeared.
I'll touch
Okay.
base.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
good to
it.
see you. See you. I think you said-
My name is Cherie Crippen, and I'm here to thank the council for retaining the chief. I believe it's very important to retain the freedoms of speech. I know that I'm a Christian. I have people disagreeing with me all the time. They have a right to do that. I have a right for my opinion. I didn't agree with everything that the chief has said in his Facebook posting, but he has a right to say that, as do I and any other people who disagree with him. Disagreeing with someone is not hate speech. Inciting some harm on someone is hate speech. Having a different opinion is not hate speech. So in closing, I want to read part of what I missed the last time. It was no coincidence that the chief's Facebook was scrutinized the particular week that it was. Police departments all over the country are being attacked and targeted for closure. If Black Lives Matter can't find evidence of brutality, they look to the officer's personal time for anything they think is reason to discredit him. I also think it's shameful for other groups to come along and attach their agenda to the horrendous death of George Floyd. As a member of the LGBT community, Frances Kessler was quoted in the Anchorage Daily News, and it kind of shows what an agenda is. She was expressed dismay over if-can behavior being unlearned. She does not agree with the things that the chief had said. Behavior is an action like looting and stealing. It makes them different, and it's a right that every citizen has in this country to have a different opinion, free to do that without retaliation. At least one hidden agenda is exposed here. Kessler was quoted as saying, "Dwayne Shelton, we see you, we're coming for your job." If they are allowed to intimidate and destroy a leader who has served our community well for 20 years, they will be emboldened to attack anyone. So don't let that exercise of free speech be punishable. So that's why I want to thank you. In expressing some other things, I do my homework. I don't attach my wagon to a team that I don't know anything about. That's why I did all the research on Black Lives Matter and where it originated from and what their agenda was from the beginning. Millions of people think they're doing something great, and it's just very sad. The information I found was very disturbing, and it should be considered. Now, everyone has the right to consider that and choose what they want to choose. We all have that freedom. Young people may not have studied that in school, but we know what the freedom of speech is. So we thank you. I thank you for retaining the chief, and thank you for your time.
Oh, I'll get it.
Okay, because they're.
To project as well.
So-
Thank you.
Council members. Where the post made while he was police on Palmer. My apologies, my name is Hunter Jackson. I'm also the president of the Maxine Martin Luther King Jr. Foundation. My concern is, were the post made while he was a policeman on the Palmer Police Force? If so, many in the Palmer City government were aware of his post. Whoever heard that police are allowed to be unethical, lawful, hateful speech, and also be a good police officer at the same time? If the city of Palmer had applied just a basic code of ethics as in a social club usually advance, the police chief would not be on duty, same as Councilman Best. The violators will truly face consequences for violating those code of ethics. I witnessed testimony on how great a Christian man Chief Shelton is touted to be. Let me remind you that history does repeat itself. That is, many Christians, in the name of God, prayed at churches, then turned, put their white robes on, marched, burned crosses, and cheered at the hanging of African Americans, again, leaving after worship. So the difference in belief has not changed, just the platform and the stage. We deserve better as a people of color, for the racist police chief, and all the people that support his misinformed stereotype. A sad day in Palmer, Alaska, when the bar is set so low that our city government support is unethical and hateful in government. But will make a public statement only, and I said, the chief has made a public statement only when his true belief was uncovered. There are races in the city, in the valley. Public figures are not supposed to violate people's civil rights. There are equal protections under the law that include hate speech towards any group and uphold those values. Now, we are centered on the world stage. There are plenty of checks and no balances. The government is a good old boy club. Yes, there may be codes of ethics on the books, but those codes of ethics render useless if not applied, but misused. First step in fixing one of the problems is to remove chief. Our community should not support or encourage such beliefs. Has it not been punished and continue to be supported, remove other officers who publicly agree with the chief, to include those who click the like button on his post. There are some council members here today that click that like button. There are people working in this city who click that like button. There's been at least 2 other elected officials that click that like button. I want every Caucasian in this room who would be happy to be treated in this society, in Palmer, in America, in general, treat our citizens, our African Americans, indigenous people of this land, minority women. If you as a Caucasian person would be happy to receive the same treatment in society, raise your hand. Okay, let me say this again, I think you heard me. I want every Caucasian in this room who will be happy to be treated in this society in America, in general, treat our citizens, our African Americans, indigenous people, Indians, minority women. If you as a Caucasian person will be happy to receive the same treatment in this society, please acknowledge by raising your hand. So what that tells me that you know exactly what's going on. So with the following, anybody born in the 50s, probably anybody not born in the 50s, 60s era, speaking of the youth today, they're born in the 80s and 90s and 2000s,
Can you wrap it up, please?
to have hatred. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I want to note that his testimony that he spoke tonight, really answers the rest there because he provided a written form.
Okay.
Are you on council representing group?
No.
Okay.
Perhaps the location on representing myself. No worries, no worries. So this is the amount of time that we set on the clock.
Hello, my name is Jackie Barbosa. I'm here today to testify about the retaining of Wayne Shelton. I think this is a travesty.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
we're having a really hard time hearing it. If the mic could be moved a little closer, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, thank you.
Need to restart the clock.
Hello, my name is Jackie Barbosa. I'm here to testify about the retaining of Wayne Shelton. I think this is a travesty. I think the sorry is not good enough anymore. I think that he should be removed, taken out of his position. I think the whole department needs to be dismantled because this is a cancer that has metastasized. He has been in office and everyone has known that he is racist and he continues to be a racist person, was promoted and has now held the position of chief of police. We need to remove him. The whole department needs to be gone through, dismantled, and take out every racist person in the police department. This is a sad day for Palmer, a sad day for a city that would hire and keep a racist police chief. There's no way that any minority will be able to live in this city and trust anything that is going on with the police. We need to have people feel safe, have confidence in the police. All this is doing is marginalizing every minority in this city. We have people who agree with him, supporting him, saying he's a great person, he's a Christian, he's being attacked for many things, but no one has mentioned the racist remarks he has made, the statements, the hate that has been spewed, and probably when he's in the department, that permeates the whole department. You have police officers working under him that are now have a police chief who is racist, and that has to affect not only the police department, but the whole city. If you know that your government supports racism and they are backing him up, that just ruins it for everybody in the city. I thought that Palmer was a city that was so beautiful to me, but it has opened my eyes to what is really going on here. There was never a statement made about we are not going to tolerate racism. No one came out forward and saying that we are going to do the right thing in this city. Yet everyone came out to support the police chief. We need to do better. We deserve better. We need to move on to better things, not just the same old thing as yesterday, not the same old racism as yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry, and go back to business as usual. This is not the good old boys club. Cannot be. We need to step up. People need to speak out, and we need to have change. You cannot make a change with everyone in the same position, holding the same ideas, the same racism, and continue on. There has to be a change here. It has to start with the government. It cannot be condoned and supported by the government that we live under.
Murphy on my mom's side from the village of Hollywood, also known as Port Graham, and I'm Anna Athabaskan on my dad's side from Chickalin Village. I serve on the traditional council. I also serve as a tribal court judge. I just wanted to share a little bit of history for some people that might be older and not remember so well. So this is from Mr. Bartlett. He was the representative for the territory of Alaska. And this is something that was read into the congressional record in 1951. A new day for natives. Without fanfare in the form of official announcement, the Alaska Native Services has adopted a new policy that is one of the greatest steps forward in the administration. Instead of aimlessly endeavoring to meet federal responsibility towards natives, the agency has decided that the objective is to bring the natives into the white man's way of living. First result of the decision is the initiative or a program that is tantamount to the new colonization effort. The natives are being moved out of their primitive habitat in remote areas of Alaska. They're being brought into the areas where there are opportunities for employment. They are being placed in positions where they have income and can live and play on the same basis as whites. This new life replaces the subsistence problems that they have had for many generations. Instead of devoting full time to the task of finding food and providing clothing and shelter for themselves, they will be given the opportunity to earn money to purchase the necessities. And if they are frugal, the luxuries and the pleasures that mark the white man's way of life. So why do I share this with you today? Because we're 3 generations, and at the age of 8, my daughter sat here. My people have been here since the beginning of time. And this exact stuff that we're reading from Bartlett is exactly what's happening today. Except for nobody acknowledges it or pays attention to it because they're not using that exact language. And so I want people to understand, when I say I'm from here, I mean, for those of you that are old enough to remember where Brewster's department store was, my grandma sold him that piece of property where that store sat. It's a sad day when we have to go back to the 1950s, 60 years ago, and we have to continue teaching our youth how to stand up against you guys, how to come in here like you guys own this land. Welcome to our land, by the way. Welcome. Like you guys own this land. We were here from the beginning. We were given the original instructions on how to take care of it and the people. And that is what my tattoo represents. It's a dot with a circle. That means I'm in the middle and I take care of everyone around me. That's what that means. And so, I just want you to understand, this isn't just today. This isn't just, this one issue. This has been happening my entire life. I'm 46. It's been happening her entire life, and I hope it won't happen her entire life. It's up to you guys. Why am I speaking to, what is there, one person of color? How is it that this is how it looks today still? I have such a hard time understanding that. I just want to end by sharing this quote that I saw earlier. White supremacy won't die until white people see it as a white issue that they need to solve, rather than a black issue they need to empathize with. White supremacy won't die until white people see it as a white issue that they need to solve, rather than a black issue that they need to empathize with. I trust all of you will do the best in working for not only my future generations, but I'll pray for yours as well. No, we're from a tribal jurisdiction, so we're speaking to you on a government-to-government basis.
Right, so these two, as a tribal, giving them 5, any future would have the 3 as they represented the tribal community. Yes, Madam Mayor, to answer your question.
So we're like your equal.
I also wanted to remind you that, I have to state the name. I also want to remind you, this is Newcop. This is what this place is, there's Newcop. Well, y'all hear that? Can you try and say it? Newcop. Utah is the original name for this place. Walis garan sa pagdali sa walis sa zetnan, pagtina at kaya nagtaniyan kaya sintiyalan, nagtaniyan kaya gam kasna. My name is Lisa Wade. I am the Health, Education, and Social Services Division Director for my tribe. I'm also the Council Secretary. And I woke up this morning with the sickest feeling in my stomach. And that sick feeling was it just came back again listening to that woman speak. Because whether she thinks her decision was fantastic, you know what I found it to be? Fearful, terrorizing, horrific. Let me tell you what. Palmer has never been a safe place for our Indigenous people. I graduated from this high school. It was a terrifying place. It was rife with racism. My parents described the same thing. We had some of the same teachers, and they described the same experiences that I had. That left me graduating high school with a 1.83 GPA, thinking I was a piece of shit. Because I didn't measure up to what they wanted me to be. I'm also a sexual assault survivor. And I can tell you that there is no way that I or any other woman who has been a survivor of assault or domestic violence would ever feel safe reporting that to that police department. And they never have felt safe to report anything. It's no wonder that there is a clean slate on that police officer, because no person of color would feel safe reporting to an entity that has power over them, that has terrorized them their entire lives. That's the reality. That's what we're talking about, is the fear that now you all have sanctioned in this community for people of color, for sexual assault survivors, for the LGBTQ+ community. I have no agenda. I live here. I have children. I steward a school where children come to me that are flooding out of the school system because they're fearful because of racism. We are turning kids away from our school because we don't have capacity to take them all. Because this school system and the things that this government and other governments sanction in this community have institutional and systemic racism built into the structures, and you can't even see it. It terrifies me. My heart is hurting for this community. My heart hurts for my grandmother and my grandmother's people. My heart hurts for my father and all of his family members, all of that generation. My heart hurts for my generation, Shauna's generation, but my heart hurts the most for this generation and the generation of my daughter, who is more likely to be a sexual assault victim than any one of this lady's children or grandchildren. We have disproportionality in our people. And yet when we come to you and say, we don't want to be governed by a police chief that thinks that 40% and maybe more survivors of sexual assault are faking it. They're making false reports. We don't want to sit and see a police chief spewing hate about Black lives and saying they don't matter. If one group of people doesn't matter in this city, then nobody matters. Because we believe as a tribal people of our responsibility to each other, my responsibility to you and to you. I have a responsibility to ensure your safety, the equity of your life, that you are treated with the same respect that I get treated with. But that is not our reality. That is not what it's like for our children. So we're here today and we're here passionately because you know what? grandchildren, if you have any, don't have the same experience that mine will have. Do you feel fear for my daughter? Do you feel any fear that my daughter may get sexually assaulted? Is more than likely than any one of your kids get sexually assaulted. And we'll have to go to a police chief that will, unless there's video evidence, see that she's faking it. That's why I woke up sick this morning. And I'm sorry, I don't feel like you did a great decision. I understand that. I understand that. But I am telling you here today, this is not going to go away. You have opened up yourselves to so much liability by this decision. Nobody would have reported on him for 15 years. Why not? How many other police reports are there?
Your time is up, ma'am.
Not that many.
Ma'am, your time is up.
I understand that, and I am a council member, and I'd like you to address me as council member. I address you as mayor. This is a government.
Councilwoman, your time is up.
I understand that. So, now I want you to give space for this young lady. Because this is the world that you all made decisions for.
And we promise when you come to our tribe, we'll give you 5 minutes.
Plus, actually, we don't cut people off.
No, we don't. We have set a clock for 3 minutes as indicated on your budget. For the time, sir, I just want to make sure you guys have read this sign.
Please state your name for
And
the record.
thank you. My name is Tristan Hoffman. William Esidoka, Tristan Hoffman, 269, Ejushu Ashland, Nedeni Ana Kayakin, Venti Ista Shinan. So my name is Tristan Hoffman, I'm from Chicago, I live in Wasilla, but like I said, I want to make sure you guys have read this sign. This is a common theme in our community, in our governments, in this entire country as a whole. We keep putting bad people in powers of position, giving the generations bad role models to look up to. A prime example is exactly what's happening in the community today. We have a chief police officer who is being put in a position who has not only been discriminatory and racist, but has publicly done so. Do you want your grandchildren, your children, your brother, your sister looking up to a man who doesn't support the people he's supposed to be protecting? By putting injustices like I don't support gay marriage and being that way, when he's supposed to protect those people, whether or not he agrees, is horrible. I come up here today shaking because I'm mad and scared to talk to you. How horrible is that? I'm only 20 years old and I'm already scared to talk to government officials because you guys don't understand. You don't have my outlook on life, you don't have my perspective, and yet you like to stand there and represent the people that you don't even understand. Can you tell me anything about my life, the injustices that my people have to face? Do you know how many times in high school where I've had to correct teachers and professors using incorrect terminology, stereotyping my people and the people in the lower community? In this community, there are schools that still have mascots that are culturally appropriating cultures, and we find it okay. In this community, we have an official representative that's supposed to protect people who's able to have a weapon that can kill people, publicly announcing, I don't believe in the wage gap, I don't believe in white supremacy. How horrible is that? How horrible. Whether you have grandchildren or kids or not, why would you want them to be in a community that has somebody protecting them that says that? Growing up, I didn't experience racism. Why? Because I'm white. Because I look white. But it doesn't mean that's what I am. And at same school, I had a friend who was bullied because she looked stereotypically Native. And that's allowed at age of 10. And we're not out correcting that. But instead, we're initiating bad role models. Another one, and you can disagree with me or not, is our president, who is allowed to make the remarks he does on an international platform. We have the ability to make a change, whether it's nationwide, statewide, or community-wise. And it can start here, by changing the chief of police, by not allowing him to be reinstated in a powerful position that influences not only him, but this entire community.
Margaret, get a hold of that crowd up there.
I am. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
My name is Crystal Howard. Values are principles embodying ideas about what is right and what is wrong, desirable or undesirable. Values undergird basic belief systems and guide actions. They guide your actions. In Alaska, in 2017, Black people were incarcerated 3.9 times the rate of white people, and Native American people were incarcerated at 3.6 times the rate of white people. When you choose to allow someone who clearly does not understand the basic existence of people who are not like him to express bias and hatred towards some of our most vulnerable community members, you are putting us all at risk. Palmer is setting the example right now that racism and bigotry is acceptable. We, as community members, staunchly oppose the city manager's decision to allow Dwayne Sheldon to return to his duty as police chief and have no intention of remaining silent. We are only as strong as our weakest link, and Palmer deserves better. Accountability is about delivering on a commitment. Is your commitment to this community racism and bigotry? I advocate for the firing of Dwayne Sheldon.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Thank you all for your time this evening. My name is Christina Edwin for the public record, and I am a citizen of this state, and I'm also a landowner out here in Sutton and a business owner. And I'd like to acknowledge I am Dana. I'm not Otna, but I'm Dana, and I'd like to extend my gratefulness to the Otna people who allowed me to be here today and steward these lands. It is very disappointing as a young woman who grew up in Alaska to have had the experience, as my sisters here stated, of knowing, coming out to the valley, that I and my people, my friends, and my family who are browner than me, have always been scared to come out here. You know why? Because the feeling that people will shoot us, that there is pure hatred and racism out here. And you know, it doesn't take a rocket science or a PhD to understand that and to feel, you know, the weight of the systemic racism. Look at all the landowners out here. Look at all those public officials you have framed up here. Are any of those men people of color or Native people? No. Are any of these businesses out in the great, beautiful city of Palmer, are those businesses Black businesses? Are those indigenous businesses? Are any of you looking at how you're going to uplift Black and indigenous people in your lifetime? Do any of you wake up in your positions of power and say, how can I help others beyond my own privileged people of white colony communities, okay? I don't think you all think like that. And as a young person who has a commitment to this community and this greater state, I know that for the rest of my life, I will stand as someone committed to anti-racism. And I know as a mixed person that that is my purpose in life. And I come here today to testify in support of indigenous people and Black people that were liberated, and that there will be no authorizing. It is not okay to say, oh, we're not racist. It has to be a step and act of anti-racism, and you have to understand the true history of this place you come to, the place in which you are in power, and we all know that the United States government is founded on manifest destiny, the doctrine of discovery, and that was all justification to take and enslave Black people and take our land as Native Americans. So, if you are a white person today, check yourself in your history and whose land you're on, and make a stand to be anti-racist, not silent, but anti-racist, especially if you're 35 and older. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Rory Till, and I'm a recent graduate of Palmer High School, and I came here to speak against the rehiring of Jimmy Shelton. So, as I said, I'm a recent graduate of Palmer High School, and I just wanted to give my personal experience in that I, at Palmer High School, was involved in NHS, and I was involved in many other organizations, and what I posted on social media mattered. It didn't matter if it was my position of speech. It didn't matter if it was my freedom of speech. If in those positions of power that I held at my own school, it was inappropriate for me, and I could have potentially gotten suspended for things that I posted. And as a woman that has been sexually assaulted in the community, I find it disgusting that you guys would appropriate somebody in that amount of power. And I think that it's infuriating that I have to sit here right now and try to explain myself. It just makes me so upset that I have to sit here and that I do not feel comfortable going to my own police chief. I do not, as a woman and I do not feel comfortable going to my own police chief. And I just want you to know that as a young woman, it is infuriating that you guys are letting this happen, and that's all I have to say.
Heather, who's next?
Hi, my name is Gina Malone. I've lived in Alaska for my entire life. I have a very large family, and we've all lived in Palmer forever. I want to start off by saying that this is not an isolated incident of racism. This isn't a singular thing. This isn't new in any way, shape, or form. Like, every single person of color in this room knows, every single person of color who lives in Palmer knows. I remember my sister, who's older than me. She is African American, and she confided to me that she was constantly harassed by police officers in Palmer. There is racism in this police department. It always has been, and I think it's pretty fitting that we have a racist for our chief of police now, but it needs to change. We can't keep allowing people in positions of power to spew hateful rhetoric. A white man's words on social media and his job does not matter more than the sense of security and safety of people of color, of women, of sexual assault survivors in Alaska. There is no excuse for that. I don't understand how he can still have this job if 2,000 plus people reached out to you guys, to you all, and made it very clear that they do not want him in power. What kind of democracy is that? That is all I have to say. Thank you. My name is Olivia Beck. I was born and raised in the Valley. I graduated from Palmer High School with an International Baccalaureate degree in 2016. And frankly, I've been away the last 4 years and have been absolutely horrified by the things that have happened in my town while I've been gone. As a woman, as a sexual assault survivor, I am afraid to have Dwayne Shelton in charge of the Palmer Police Department. Afraid. His transphobic, racist, homophobic, and misogynistic words are evidence that he is not fit to serve the position in charge interfacing with the public. His explicit biases should disallow him from holding a job where he has so much power. Mr. Shelton has proven himself absolutely incapable of justly serving this community and is probably dangerous to our marginalized people. Your response from the city and Mr. Shelton's apology are completely empty words. The fact that you guys are even comfortable reinstating him shows your own privilege and your own ignorance. You should be embarrassed and you should want to learn and do better. I demand seeing real change in the form of Dwayne Shelton's immediate firing. It is completely unacceptable that this man is in charge of a police department. City Council, City of Palmer, your young people implore you to do better. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jolene Malone. I'm here regarding Dwayne Shelton's reinstatement. And I would just like to say I'm truly disgusted, but not at all surprised that you guys are reinstating him. I'd like to say that I'm also a survivor of sexual assault, along with a huge amount of women and men around Alaska. And I just don't feel safe ever speaking on that, especially to the people of power in Palmer or in Alaska in general. I'm sure a lot of women and men feel the same exact way. I'd also like to urge all of you to read the new ABN article. It's called Unheard. It comes out every day. There's a new sexual assault story every single day by men and women. So maybe if you read that, maybe you guys will have a realization. Maybe we'll move you, because obviously nothing else is working. I would also like to say that I went to school with Dwayne Shelton's daughter, and she was the one that wore the Confederate flag cap during the graduation. And when asked not to wear it, she still did it. And he raised her. He taught her to be like that. And I'm wondering what he's teaching the other police officers. But it's just very infuriating that you guys just don't realize how it affects other people. I'd also like to say that when I was in high school last year, I spoke out against these girls at Palmer that were being racist and homophobic, and then I was suspended for bullying. They were representing hateful sentiments, which our Palmer Chief of Police represents. Hateful sentiments that break the trust between LGBTQ communities, groups, and people and women in general. Why am I, a 19-year-old woman, held at higher standard than our Chief of Police? And I'd also like to say that our mayor, you are past your middle-age crisis, whatever. You aren't going to see the effects that he has on everyone, because in the end, at some point you're going to die, and he's going to still be there being the Chief of Police. And that's sad, but I'm going to sit here and I'm going to hold up my sign and you can just look for 45 seconds. I'm glad you're looking at me and not your monitor, like Miss Lorna.
Hi, my name is Ashlyn Brandenburg. I'm 20 years old. I went to Wapsill High. Been on the basketball team, was super involved in the community, done a ton of stuff in the community. And I'm here just to show my support and allyship with the Indigenous and Black community here, and show my disappointment and disapproval with the rehiring of Dwayne Shelton. It's very upsetting. I obviously cannot speak on behalf of the Indigenous and Black community on how they feel for them, but I too am a survivor of sexual assault multiple times, and I never came forward about it. I did try, and I was mocked, and I was harassed and asked to take it down, and that's exactly what is happening at these police stations. And I really would like to know what you expect women to do when they're raped and who they should go to if they cannot go to the police. I want to know who we should speak to, who we should confide in, if we are not going to be taken seriously. It is very clear in this country that sexual assault is not taken seriously anyways, and to have it not taken seriously by our own police chief and by our own community is really disheartening. There's no way it should be mocked in the way that it is. I really don't have much to say. It's like really hard to speak like this, so I'm like off the job to everyone that spoke. It's really nerve-wracking. But I just wanted to come here to show my support for the Indigenous and Black community and look for answers, because I do want to know what you want young women and men to do when they're raped and who they should go to. Because there's no way to feel safe and go to someone who dismisses and mocks sexual assault survivors. And so I really would like to see positive change, and I think it's absolutely unacceptable to have someone like that in a position of power. It's extremely hard to come forward in the first place about sexual assault. And it's absolutely disgusting that there's a line of people here that has to come and talk to a group of strangers just staring at them about their own experiences to try and make you feel bad enough to do change. It's a horrible experience. No one should have to go through it. But when they do, there should be repercussions for the people that did it. And there should be the entire community backing them and supporting them and helping them figure out what to do and what steps to take. I'm absolutely disgusted with the choices you guys have made. And I think it's made this community really unsafe for a lot of people, besides maybe white cisgender males. And I don't have anything else to say, but I have 30 seconds left, so I'll just hold it.
Hi there. My name is Zoe Fuller, and I'm a lifelong resident of Palmer, of Utah. Among other things, I'm a farmer. I came back home and decided to farm as a way to care for my community, as a way to provide what I can. I'm horrified and disgusted and sad and scared about many things. I cannot believe you all chose to keep this man in a position of power. You know, something I learned is that police have a monopoly on the legitimate use of force, right? So they're the only ones who can legitimately, in this whole colonial system, they're the only ones who have the force of a gun and violence behind them. Can you imagine when that man says derogatory things about the existence of people who you dearly love, about the existence of myself, of the existence of others, of the existence of the indigenous peoples of this land, that Black Lives Matter? Is horrifying. It's utterly horrifying to be in a position where a man and a department who are the only ones who have the force behind them, the whole force of this system, and they are discriminatory, they are racist, they hate my friends, they don't want to see me doing what I'm doing. It's heartbreaking and it's sad, and you know, it's true. Like, I've seen people who come visit me who are afraid to come out here because they will be hurt by white supremacists. You'll really need to address this. You'll really, really, really need to address this. And I recommend you consult closely with the folks from Chickalum Nation there. They've got some good ideas. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Villanueva, and I am standing here to speak against the rehiring of Wayne Shelton. Edna, I know that you have spoken outwardly about your Christian values that guide you. Can I ask you this? As a Christ follower, we are called to humble ourselves, to uplift the oppressed, to seek justice, to love all. Let me ask you this. Is reinstating a police officer who is upholding oppressive, racist, misogynist, homophobic views an act of love? Is this justice for Indigenous lives, for Black lives? Is this our democracy? I do not think so. On page 2 of your letter, you said that you will leave Chief Shelton and you will be able to lead the changes that are necessary to make Palmer a great place for all. But how can a police officer who has clearly reported racist, homophobic, misogynist views be able to lead this land, which was stolen, to make the necessary changes align with Indigenous values, engage anti-racism, when he has already maintained his stance and offered a half-hearted apology? His apology is not enough, and hiring him back on is not enough. His rhetoric is part of a larger complex system of racism that requires counsel from Black, Indigenous, and people of color. I would recommend a new policy implemented for grounds for removal and firing that does not tolerate racism and misogyny and homophobia. You also say the Chief Wayne Shelton has said that he's treated people fairly. But how can we believe this when we all have seen his views? Racism is deeply rooted in our country, in our state, and in our city. And it is in our hearts. The firing of Shelton is a step in the direction of seeking truth and of seeking justice. But it requires anti-racism from leaders in power like you. This will take a lifetime. This will take a very long time. But if you humble yourself, and if you listen to the voices of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, then and only then will justice flow. This is a problem that has been going on for centuries. And everything that has come to light is nothing new. But now is the time to change it. And as you uphold your Christian values, I urge you to re-examine the words of Christ. I urge you to see that an act of love means upholding the oppressed. An act of love is firing Shelton. Thank you.
Sherry Wilson, and I'd like to give my thanks to this council for their support of Chief Shelton and for upholding the rule of law, both federally and rule of law at the state and this council. Thank you.
is Megan and Chris. I'm obviously white, over 50. Pretty predictable, probably. I've been hearing a lot of emoting and not a lot of facts. I've been hearing a lot of exaggeration and extrapolation, and I feel like I'm grateful for the right to free speech. And if people can talk about people being racist and all of us being racist, certainly it's true, but I don't think that people of color or indigenous people have a better idea of what racism is. Because if we're all racist, then they are also racist as anyone else is. There are a lot of apologetics for all races of people, for German people, for Japanese people, etc. I think, anyway, I'm just glad that Shelton is getting this stated, and I appreciate your students and your fight for that.
My name is Kimberly Whitlock. I spoke a couple of weeks ago, so I come again in support of Shelton. I would agree with the previous speaker that the whites don't have a corner on prejudice. I lived in the bush for 4 years, and I heard myself called horrible names every day for 4 years, just because I was white. People who didn't know me from Adam, I was white, I was a state trooper, so they had a heyday calling me every name in the book. A lot of these people are conflating the idea of talking of what Shelton said specifically. According to what I read, he said that Black Lives Matter is a hate group. And then they extrapolate from that he is a racist. That's like saying the state troopers are a crappy police organization, and then extrapolating this, whoever said that thinks all troopers are crappy. It is not the same. You can say something about a group, a department, a movement that does not mean that you think every member in it is that thing, is hateful. And I would say, to point to these people and say they're all white is the height of racism, because you can look at my niece, she's blonde and blue-eyed and she's native. So you don't know if those are all white people or not. That's completely racist to make those kinds of claims. So, and so the fact that Shelton said something about that he won't support people who've been raped, the ignorance in this room has been astonishing. So I can tell you as a trooper, when a rape solves a problem, it is not a real rape. When a rape creates a problem, it is a real report of rape. Meaning, if you're married and you go and have sex with a boyfriend or girlfriend, the next morning your marriage partner finds out, then you say you were raped the night before, and the rape solves the problem of your infidelity. And this happens all the time, and things like it happen all the time. And that is why police get cynical about rape charges. And those of you who don't know that are just sitting up here spouting. No, when it's consensual sex between a not married couple and the next morning.
Please testify to the council. Thank you.
So, there's a police officer there. They need to be quiet out there, or they will be ejected.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is probably what Shelton was referring to. I don't know Shelton, but I knew when he said that, and I read that that's the kind of thing that I dealt with for 19 years as a state trooper. So, thank you.
Watch. Where's the police officer that's back there? Where's the police officer that's back there?
Shane.
You maintain order back there.
Sorry, she was starting to take me outside.
Commander Shelton,
Who's out there?
Troy, and he escorted us out. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam, he has escorted us out there.
Okay. I want you to maintain order out there. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you. For the record, my name is Julia Sparrow. I have lived in Palmer the majority of my life, and I would like to see Dwayne Shelton fired as police chief. I believe that when he said white privilege isn't real, that he believed that, and that he has never been, and I can say that he has never been discriminated against based on the color of his skin, because he's white. He's never been discriminated against based on his gender, because he's a male. There are a lot of people in this community who would like to see him fired because he does not represent what our community is. Anybody who thinks that the wage gap isn't real, that white privilege doesn't exist, that victims of sexual assault are lying when they come forward and say they were raped, anybody who believes that does not deserve to be in a position of power like Dwayne Shelton. And I think by allowing him to continue in his position, the city of Palmer is setting a precedent and saying that anybody who holds these views can also hold his position or positions like them. And I don't believe that they should be allowed to, because as much as he can say that his beliefs have never colored his decisions as a police officer, I think we all know that isn't true. That your implicit bias is going to color your decisions in your job, in your personal life, anywhere you are making a decision. And I believe that Dwayne Shelton is not the correct decision for the correct person for Palmer Police Chief. We say that Alaska is Palmer at its best. Palmer is Alaska at its best, excuse me. And if that were true, then we would elect and hire public officials who believe in the equality of all people, who believe survivors of sexual assault, who were willing to learn about the history of the place that they live, and learn about other people and other cultures, and unlearn their racism, unlearn their implicit biases. And I do not believe that Dwayne Shelton is the correct choice for Palmer Police Chief. Thank you for your time.
For the record, my name is Audie Began. The allotted testimony time is 3 minutes per person. Therefore, I'm going to be joining the two people following me, Kelsey and Barry, in 9 minutes of silence for the 8 minutes and 46 seconds an officer kneeled on George Floyd's neck, murdering him. Please fire Officer Sheldon immediately.
before the rain.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
All right.
For the record, my name is Barry Subra, that's D like Victor, E-R-I, last name D like David, I, S like Sam, U, D like Victor, E-R-O.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Kelsey Shoger. I grew up in Sutton and I went to Palmer High School and I graduated from there with an international baccalaureate diploma. I'm here to stand.
long time, that's because it was. That's how long it took for a police officer to murder George Floyd. That's why I'm asking that William Shelton be taken off the police force and be fired. Thank you.
My name's Amber Hogan. I lived here for 2 years now, and the distrust that we have in the police chief now, because of what he has said, is infuriating. I grew up in the South in a predominantly racist community, and to move up here and have to feel that as well, and being a spouse of an active duty military veteran, I feel unsafe here. It's disgusting, honestly. It's hard for someone to gain their trust. Like, you wouldn't trust me to go in your house to do anything. You wouldn't just give me a piece of your home and allow me to go in there. And as I would never do that to you. So I would have to gain your trust in order for you to do that. Then, on top of that, he has shown that he is a mistrustful man by the words that he has said and the hatred he has in his heart. For him to ask us to trust him again is absurd, because regaining trust is even harder than it is just to gain it, because you've already shown that you're mistrustful. So it's.
For the record, my name is Taylor Brown. I'm currently a student in UAA, and I wanted to call Palmer my forever home. When I read the official letter the city manager John Lucy sent out, I felt like his response was only for show, and Dwayne Shelton was only upset that Palmer residents did not agree with his hateful Facebook comments. When I read the letter, these are some of the questions that came to my mind. How had Dwayne Shelton's past actions contributed to John Lucy's decisions in keeping him as Palmer's police chief? Does John Lucy believe Dwayne Shelton to be a competent police chief? Does City Manager Lucy believe Dwayne Shelton's opinions on Black Lives Matter and people of color will carry into his daily work life? I personally cannot answer these questions, but I pray that the community of Palmer and this council will make a decision soon. I am requesting the removal of Dwayne Shelton as police chief. Thank you for listening.
Go ahead, who's next?
Reality. My name is Kalani Ross. I've lived in Alaska since May of '97. At 18 years of age, 2 months after that age, I chose to move from the urban environment of LA, Sacramento, where California was either going to, or the streets were either going to kill me or incarcerate me, or both. Alaska gave me an opportunity to change, to make a decision as a young man. I've always respected the law. Their duty to serve and protect has been of the utmost. Most folks will get up here and say they want Mr. Shelton to be removed from the position. I respect his position because he serves and he protects. That is the job of an officer of the law. He is protected by the same constitutional rights as everyone else. You have your First Amendment to speak and have an opinion, whether public or in private. In that, I respect that. Someone who's not afraid to say what is on their mind. I do not support the BLM movement. I will not. When more people, children, are aborted on a daily basis, but yet still that movement does not support pro-life. In that regard, I've seen more racism from a black community than I have any other community in my 41 years of life on this earth. And I was raised by my grandparents who were ministers my entire life. In that, I will support Mr. Shelton because he told the truth. If anything, I can stand by and be the truth and facts. The numbers don't lie. And anybody who disregards the numbers, you're lying to yourself. Please don't lie to yourself. I respect the cause that is led in a righteous way, not one that's going to destroy communities, upset the economic balance of things. You want a voice, there's a right way to do it. There is a wrong way to do it as well. A gentleman died, yes, we know, that was not in this community. If you've ever lived in that environment, then you know. I grew up in the South, and I grew up north. And I love Alaska. Alaska's been very good. Please keep Mr. Shelton. Thank you.
I've called Palmer my for the last 20 years. I've always known that our community was racist, and pretty evident just by the makeup of our city council, and pretty evident just by the makeup of our community leaders. I mean, when you walk down the hallway in Palmer High School, how many teachers of color do you see? I didn't have a single teacher of color growing up in this community. And I blame the adults and the leaders before me for not providing that for me. And I'm embarrassed by the decisions that y'all have made recently to retain Chief Shelton. I'm embarrassed that that has occurred in my community because I don't trust our chief of police now, and I call this community my home. That is terrifying. That is absurd. I just want to make it clear today that if decisions are not made on this, then decisions will be made in October. And if not this year, then next year, and the year after that. And we will not go away, and we will be here on election day to vote.
Would you like to speak? There will not be an opportunity to speak later in the agenda regarding your liquor license. Do you want to speak now at all in support of?
Sure.
Madam Mayor, we have the applicants for the liquor license.
Can we come up jointly?
Yep, that's fine. So, they're signing out. So, that's why Heather's had a pause, so. Okay.
Howdy, my name is Sherman Lightfoot, and
I'm Wes Harris.
And we're purchasing the Palmer Bar, and we would just like to have the city of Palmer's approval. That's about it. Thank you.
Won't touch it, I promise. I'm just stand up anyways.
Go for it. That's right. You like to stand.
I need
That's
my foot.
There you go, sir.
I'm L.D. Howard, President of Palmer. I'm here to testify today as a big public comment that I am proud of the community. I'm proud that we stood for a man's First Amendment rights. I'm proud of the leadership of our mayor and the great decision of our new city manager. I think it speaks leaps and bounds. They've heard the public voice of the residents here at Palmer. I support Chief Shelton 100%. I think every day the men and women of our law enforcement get up. They deal with motor vehicle accidents.
They deal with child abuse, they deal with domestic violence, shootings, theft, drug use. They see all the worst of society every day. And they go home. They try to read their children's stories to go to bed. They kiss their wife at night. They can't tell them anything they've seen. They do it as protection mode. That way they don't scare the children before they go to bed or their wife, and don't make them worry anymore. Every day they strap up and they get in their cars and they do their job. These men are the epitome of public servants. They serve when so many of us are just consumers. That's about all I have to say. Thank you, Mike, for the time.
Madam Mayor, that's all the testimony in person that we have tonight. We have one more. You're right. Go ahead, Eugene, you're up. Would you like to testify? You're here just so to say?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Eugene, I didn't mean to.
My name is Eugene Colhaven, I represent myself, part of the process, decision made by the governing bodies and all like the public interest. Most of my comments are reviews on the police issue, chief at the second audience participation. Why I do that is I'd like to speak about it right now. I appreciate those present tuning into that second one because you have another chance for the meeting for 3 minutes if you want to speak on any issue. But the scenario is this. Somebody on the agenda. If I don't speak now, you're going to be reviewing your chance for public comment. One of the concerns last item on the agenda, concern is going to do with how you're going to handle given the deal with resource data incorporate dealing with elections. This party has been party to the Scarlet Rapids elections and how they operate. In 2012, we declared every election in Anchorage illegitimate. No one won that election as one election. This item came before you earlier, and there was council members that are concerned about any going in this direction right now. And I strongly feel that you could do something. You have a public hearing, you introduce a public hearing, you have a public hearing, and this thing smells. Anything coming out of Anchorage as far as not just about Anchorage, as far as they're responsible for the early and legitimate elections and running of elections cannot be part of running elections and part of how it's going to be run in Parliament. The other thing is on the CARES Act. You have an item there, and the way is you should be able to deal with, if you're going to do something, you're going to go into a committee of the whole on that idea. And come out, if I remember right, or maybe you say with the ethics committee. The fact is that before you make a decision, you need to hear from the public. You need to see who's getting the money, what the proposals are, and the public should be. But I also like to put a note here next to the news. Providence speaks told that Alaska business days pending change. Take a look at that news alert dealing with question of governance litigation going on right now. So I encourage you to hold off and take a look at that litigation. That there's a news story that's supposed to be pressed up to 3 hours ago before you proceed. And not just wait to hear from what your manager or your lawyer says about the issue. You need to find out exactly what's going on. You need to copy that litigation and find out what's going on because you're concerned about how the procedures will go. Okay, and then on the police thing. With how many seconds? I'm going to speak a lot of it later, but the point is, for the close of the meeting, it was said, a lot of people in the dark, that the city manager will decide on the issue. The people were addressing the council, but they were blind to the fact that it was the city manager. Now, the city manager here is not the city manager a few days ago. City manager Lucy, respectfully, would take the job, just to put the point here, respect, until about 8 days ago. And all this over the press release. But I'll speak more on the subject at the second participation in more detail, and I hope you tune in. And also, you have another 3 minutes to speak.
Okay.
And thank you very much.
everybody has spoken and because it doesn't have anybody else out there.
We don't have any more people in person, but we do have written testimony. And people
Okay,
have
so
requested
yeah.
to be written.
Yeah, okay.
I will be reading the written testimony clerk's office received on non-agenda items. The first one that we received is from Alaska Family Services. It states, Dear Mayor DeVries and Acting City Manager Hanson, Alaska Family Services has been rooted in the Palmer community for over 40 years. We started as a small domestic violence shelter serving the needs of women and children in crisis. And we've expanded to operate over 20 diverse programs across the state of Alaska, including Anchorage, the Phoenix Peninsula, and the Mat-Su Valley. We currently employ 96 staff members, 80 of which are in the Mat-Su Valley, and of those, 77 are women. Alaska Family Services works to strengthen and support families, and in the fiscal year 2019, we served over 10,000 members of our community. An integral part of our work centers around our partnership with law enforcement, which is based on foundation of trust. We work directly with law enforcement through many of our programs, including the sexual assault response team, and through direct intervention of our domestic violence shelter. We are also proud that members of law enforcement continue to serve on our board of directors. This includes current director, Captain Anthony, April, Alaska State Troopers, and past director, retired Chief Lance, Academy of the Palmer Police Department. Our organization often meets our clients when they are the most vulnerable, especially clients who come to us as a result of domestic violence or sexual assault. These men and women and children who experience significant trauma and seek safe, reliable resources. The most recent data of Alaska Victimization Survey found that 53% of adult women in the Pacific Borough have experienced intimate or violent sexual violence in both of their lifetime. With this in mind, our organization clients have recently publicized posts on the Palmer Police Chief Sultan profoundly distressing. The statements and viewpoints shared by Chief Sultan regarding sexual assault survivors, others threaten to undermine decades of trust built up between the Alaska Family Services, the Palmer Police Department, and our community. Just like the Palmer Police Department, Alaska Family Services serves members of our entire community. Our community is diverse and includes adults and children who've experienced sexual assault and who should not have to wonder if their officer responding to their call will doubt the validity of their experience. The Chief of Police isn't just a leader in the Palmer Police Department, they are a leader in the community. It is not unreasonable for the community to question the extent to which other officers are going to follow the lead of their chief. As an organization, we want to reassure that the City of Palmer and the Palmer Police Department vehemently denounces and rejects the statements and viewpoints made by Chief Shelton. Our clients deserve to know when we reach out to law enforcement, each and every person will be treated with dignity and respect. In order to heal and move forward from here, we request ongoing open dialogue between Alaska Family Services, the City of Palmer, and the Palmer Police Department. We also request that the entire Palmer Police Department staff participate in trauma-informed sexual assault response trainings before the end of this calendar year. We are willing to facilitate conversations between the Palmer Police Department and the Alaska Council on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault to the planning and other appropriate trainings. Sincerely, Kenny Linden, Board Chair of Alaska Family Services. Next one, Tricia Deans. Dear Mayor and City Council, I am a voting citizen of Palmer and would like to formally express my concern over the way the current situation has been handled with Chief Dwayne Shelton. I have known Chief Shelton on a personal, professional level for over 10 years. I've worked closely with him on projects and situations that have allowed me to see the man of integrity and honesty that he truly is. I have been able to firsthand see him serve people from all walks of life, backgrounds, and ethnicities, care for families in need, provide countless hours of service to people with no profit or benefit to himself, live downtrodden, and give counsel and comfort to those in need. For years, I have had the opportunity to watch Chief Shelton mentor many of those troubled teens and
lend aid and personal resources to individuals and families in need in an effort to help them better their lives and situations. He's a man of action, quick to see a need, and even quicker to aid when and where he can. He's the love of his fellow man and a great love for our country and a freedom to be enjoyed. To see the local people about a post on his personal Facebook that was completely taken out of context to benefit recent political agendas is completely deplorable and disgusting. To allow misinformed citizens to take a post that is over 2 years old and had nothing to do with race and everything to do with freedom and patriotism is a sad victory for injustice and fear. Please do not allow the loud, misinformed minority to ruin the life and reputation of this dedicated good man. I implore you to listen to the quieter majority who use facts, experience, and wisdom to judge a person's character. Please reinstate Chief Shelton and allow him to get back to his job. And send a message to those who cause dissension and fear in our community. If good people will not be bullied out of their jobs to further a political agenda. I would also request that this letter be read at the next city council meeting. Just thank you for your time and consideration. Next is from Bonnie Irving Kelly. I have known Chief Shelton for approximately 15 years. During this time, I found him to be extremely ethical and to treat others with respect and dignity. Chief Shelton may have made comments on his personal Facebook page that upset others. He has apologized and recognizes that he has offended some. It should also be noted that this was his personal page and had nothing to do with his job as a Palmer police officer. I firmly believe in freedom of speech, and I'm sure that most of us, including city council members, have made comments on Facebook that offend some that they later regretted. Chief Shelton was promoted last December. I question why this is only recently brought up. Perhaps it should have been vetted before his promotion. I question whether someone had a vendetta against him. Why else would they have looked back so far in his Facebook page? I believe that Chief Shelton is a good officer. He has protected the citizens of Palmer for over 20 years. During that time, I'm not aware of anyone having any valid complaints about him until now. Could this be just sour grapes? I urge the council to continue to Chief Shelton as chief of police in Palmer. Thank you. Next is from Shannon Conley. My name is Shannon Conley, and while I serve on the City of Palmer's Park and Recreation Board, my comments are my own and do not represent the board. I am not able to attend tonight's meeting, but want to show my support for Chief Shelton. Our family has known him and his family for about 18 years, and while we've not interacted with him on a professional level, we know his personal character. I have not seen any complaints about his professional abilities. In fact, this council approved him being promoted to chief earlier this year. The only complaints that have been stated are some of his Facebook posts, which shows that the city council is now wanting to suppress its employees' free speech during their personal time. Will this now be a requirement of all employees and those serving on the council and boards? I would like to thank Manager Musi for reviewing this matter and reinstate Chief Shelton. He should have never been taken off the job, and I'm glad that he's once again serving the people of Palmer. Sincerely, Shannon Conley. Next is from Mike Coons. The following are video attacks during the riots of Black Lives Matters instigated. BLM says silence is violence, yet not a word of condemnation of these actions, the destruction of property, and the ruthless physical attacks on our fellow Americans. In fact, comments from BLM and supporters supported that looting is okay in protest. There have been far too many other really stupid denials of that violence. This violence is a criminal behavior, not peaceful protest. Just like their slogan of no justice, no peace. Incites hate and violence. No wonder the following attacks occurred. Reinstated Chief Shelton immediately because his factual comment about the elements of truth and to do what the manager in conjunction with the agenda of certain council members and others cannot stand. Mike Coons. Mr. Coons has also included a number of links to news articles in his email that you can see in our testimony packets. Next is from Jesse Diaz. I'm a concerned voting resident of Palmer since 1998. I'm a worried about the recent events that led to Officer Shelton being removed from his active duty in our police department. Please share this with all those in the city who need to know that there are a large number of us that support Officer Shelton and the Palmer Police Department. I am concerned about recent events and want to voice my support for Officer Shelton. I feel he has served us very faithfully for many years. He's an honorable man and officer. I think he should be reinstated. And the Palmer Police are better having him in their ranks. Thank you. Just you. The next is from Allie Little. Dear Mayor DeVries and members of the Palmer City Council, I'm emailing to give public testimony on the recent suspension of Mr. Shelton, Palmer Police Chief. I am pleased to see that the city of Palmer takes this behavior seriously and can see the correlation between his possession of power, influence, and the views he willingly shares with the public. As a female who hopefully never has to report a sexual assault or rape, I would be terrified to call the Palmer Police, knowing his bias against women. As a part of girls, this holds true as well. How do you tell your daughters to do what is right and report such an horrible act of violence, knowing that there is a good chance your case might not get attention it deserves because leadership doesn't believe you? And as a member of the LGBTQ community, frankly, I feel unsafe. Mr. Shelton has said his piece, and we know who we are dealing with. As a leader within our community, this role should be a role model and want to protect all members of our community. I respectfully request he be removed from his position as Chief of Police. Thank you for your time and consideration. Next is from Larry Lyons. I am not a resident of your fine city, but I have family that is. I feel that suspending the chief is in reality an affront against truth, justice, and integrity. Because you see, Mr. Shelton only stated truth in his description of Black Lives Matters group, which has openly stated their racist views and called to kill police officers. As far as women claiming rape, indeed many acted outside moral and marriage relationship were caught in the infidelity and guilt rape. Many sold their bodies for drugs and then make allegations. Our country was founded upon labor, industrious acts, and cooperation. Alas, today you see a segment of the population who refuses to work, who want to be fed, and thus receive food stamps, and the list goes on. One segment states that we have done them wrong. We owe them and can never repay them. This group, Beaumont's unrest, has troublemakers who claim to be reverends and constantly agitates. I could go on. Well, what would happen when we speak out against these outrages? Why are we condemned by people who should have the intellectual acumen to know better? I firmly believe that Mr. Shelton, in his post, only holds truths which we all know to be true, and he should not be punished for truth. Isn't it time to stand up for truth? Perchance the city council made a perceived error. Should you call for the suspension of city council? I think not. I firmly, with all my heart, believe our country should have law and order, and respect for said law and order. When there is no respect, then there is chaos, and the direct willful breaking of society. I also firmly believe that when the laws are not followed, then we have police, etc. for enforcement. A police officer who has broken no laws or violated any ethical matter should not be chastised because of those different opinions. I prayerfully entreat you to reconsider the suspension and reinstate Mr. Shelton immediately, and for the continuing of law enforcement to proceed smoothly. I end by stating black, back the blue, and thank you for your time. Sincerely, Larry Lyons. The next is received from Debbie Mullen. Dear Mayor Edmund DeVries, I live here in Palmer. I am a concerned voting citizen. I want to express my feeling about our Chief of Police, Dwayne Shelton. I think he's an excellent Chief of Police and a good man. I believe he should be working with pay. I do not find his comments offensive about the group Black Lives Matter. I also believe there is no place for prejudice about a race in any of our lives. I did not take his comments to be racist or prejudiced against blacks. I believe all lives matter, not just the lives of one race of people. His
poster from the past. We need to move forward and think about what is best for our community in Palmer. I feel Dwayne is an asset to your community, and I feel safer with him being on duty. Also, it has occurred to me today that you probably mostly get the upset, angry messages. I wonder how many people like me have a written call or protested about our feelings. I believe there are many, many more like me who will support your decision to have Dwayne back on the police force as our chief of police. I also believe you will not hear from many of them. Upset people lead to them, so you will hear from many of them. We all need to do better. We all make mistakes. Hopefully we learn and become better. I know Dwayne is a man who's always working on becoming a better man and a better citizen. We need men like Dwayne helping us to protect us. Sincerely, Debbie Long. This is for Caleb Mullen. I've known Dwayne Shelton for 15 years. I've brought my Cub Scout troop to 2 of the PD offices on multiple occasions. I was the scoutmaster for his boys. He's come on campouts to support the troop and his family. There are POC children and parents in our scout troop. I have never seen him treat anyone differently based on their skin color or beliefs. I do not believe in cancel culture. If he has done something wrong in line of duty, there should be consequences. If not, he should continue to serve. If the city of Palmer fires him, I will vote against every comment. The firing would be action, and I would do my best to make sure there are consequences for those actions. Thank you. Caleb Mullen. Next is from Doug Prenz. Dear Mayor DeVries, I'm writing in regard to Chief of Police Dwayne Shelton being put on administrative leave. I am totally against the action that has been taken to put him on administrative leave and would like to see Chief Shelton to be reinstated to his position as soon as possible. What he stated in his social media post in 2018 was also voiced by Milwaukee Sheriff David Clark in July 2016. And as of today, we can see why what they have posted and said are very true. There is an element of the BLM that is trying to harm the U.S. of A. By the way, Sheriff David Clark is back. He then posted a couple links that you can also see in the packet. If you would please forward this to all city council members for them to look, I would greatly appreciate it. Next is from Ching CHO. Hi Palmer Mary DeVries. My name is Ching CHO, and I am barely a resident of Palmer. I have never met with Police Chief Shelton or run into law enforcement. I wholeheartedly believe in our First Amendment rights as Americans. I am writing this email to inform you that me and my family stand by Chief Shelton and ask you to please reinstate him in his position as the police chief of Palmer. Thank you for your time and service to the great city of Palmer. James CHO. The next is from Mary Scoresby. Thank you for reinstating Chief of Police Dwayne Shelton. 23 years ago, my husband lost his job that brought us to Alaska. He needed a career change so we could remain in this wonderful place and raise our 5 children in Palmer. Now it is a great community in which grandchildren can grow up. I can only give my experience while living here 20 years, but I can honestly say I've never seen or experienced one police brutality. Yes, I recall getting pulled over 4 times in 1 week, one summer, as a new batch of new officers were put on the streets. Other than an inconvenience of time done, no harm done. If you will think about it, Alaska must truly have one of the cleanest law enforcement in all of 50 states. Can you imagine the disrespect and lack of gratitude they experienced on June 13th? They do a good job. I don't have television, but hear reference to the Alaska State Trooper Series from tourists. My personal gratitude forever in the way of KPD and AST respond to one of my calls when I lost my home, my Alzheimer's-stricken mother we were caring for. In raising my children, we were closely associated and friends with at least 6 families whose fathers served in law enforcement in our community. Again, all the best families I have known. 2, prejudice. Alaska is a melting pot of all kinds of people with different backgrounds, race, and nationalities. While there will always be prejudice of some kind somewhere, the events on the streets of Palmer on June 13th was the very first time I've ever so much as heard of a complaint, much less an actual act of prejudice towards blacks. My children had opportunity to grow up with and be associated with a handful of black families in their school classes, and never ever have I witnessed any prejudice in their schools and their sports or community interactions ever. As a bed and breakfast owner, I've hosted in my home people from Europe, Asia, Africa, Central and South America, Pacific Islands, Middle Eastern, and Australia. People of fame, homeless, wealth, poverty, male, female, and every other kind of identity, both mentally and physically handicapped, ex-convicts, prostitutes, movie stars, and CEOs. In all my years, I've had to silence one guest as he poked fun at another guest who happened to be of Polish descent. Yes, there is violence and daily news of prejudice against blacks throughout our nation, but my Palmer home and community has been, in my experience, free of all of it until June 13th. I have known the Shelton family since arriving in Palmer. Over a period of about 2 years, I had a weekly contact as the piano teacher of one of their children. There's absolutely nothing in the conduct or character of this family that would lead me to believe that Dwayne Shelton is not capable or worthy of serving as our police chief. I was incensed by the criticism that has been made against him, and even more irritated at the source of this criticism, one coming from a leader of Identity Incorporated, Shelby Wilson of Portland, Oregon, not even in our community. I stand with DeVries on her statement. I do not believe in freedom. I do believe in freedom of expression, and that people that are employees of the city of Palmer are not restricted from voicing their personal views. Could someone be willing to explain to my grown children, ages 7, 5, and 18 months, and to my daughter and son-in-law, as they experience kickback on June 13th? Husband and dad happens to be a tenured vet with AST and currently with APT. If BLM is so opposite of Chief Shelton's Facebook post giving his personal view as a hate group, plain and simple, what would you call the looting, the fires, killing of both people and animals, destruction of statues, restaurants, homes, and businesses? Please explain the chanting and signs bearing ACAB and worse in our own streets. Many voice relief if you live in Palmer, Alaska, yet these same people invite, applause, and support and participate in BLM locally. While I personally can say I have equally welcomed every walk of life in my home, vehemently oppose persecution or prejudice against blacks or any others, I am disgusted at the damage done to Dwayne Shelton and his family and the repercussions of the support of BLM locally. There are many other groups championing equally for blacks that are peaceful, respectful, and use of hate, violence, and disrespect against police or any other entity. BLM to me clearly is as someone that's supposed to have free speech, seen in a post, in a FB post, a hate group, plain and simple. I ask of Mayor DeVries, City Manager John Moosey, and Acting City Manager Grant Hansen, all council members, Carrington, Linda Combs, and more to back up freedom of speech, to back up honorable law enforcement, and continue to back up Palmer Chief of Police, Shelton. I encourage Aurora Till, Eden Johnson, Brady Drummond, and all else to consider personal apologies to our local honorable men and women in uniform that risk their lives every single day in the name of peace and safety for all lives in our community. I would also invite these young people to my home so I might personally congratulate them in an outstanding job of leadership, organizational skill, and courage, but wish to understand why they did choose BLM as their platform and what would motivate them in providing support to lawlessness, hate, disrespect for life, property, freedom of speech, and the destruction of an honorable public servant who's worked within our community since before they were even born. Thank you, Mary Scorpio. Next is from Joanna Spoth. Dear Mayor DeVries and Palmer City Council members, our nation is experiencing a resurgence of the civil rights movement, and I'm proud that Palmer has had a voice in that. Our protest on Saturday in acknowledgement that Police Chief Dwayne Shelton
use hateful language towards members of our community are good steps, but we need more. We need our actions and our leaders to exhibit Palmer as a place where all are welcome and all are safe. I'm advocating for the permanent removal of Police Chief Dwayne Shelton. We need new leadership in our police department that prioritizes safety for all residents, not just some. Someone who our young people can look up to because of their inclusive values, standing up for what is right in the face of adversity, and making decisions that benefit the whole Palmer, not the groups that they see as most valuable. Let Palmer be an example of how we take action against those who speak with hate. Let us bring in new leadership who can create positive change, instead of stifling minority voices and bolstering those that spread fear and Let us be able to look back at this moment in history and be proud of the actions that we took. Thank you for listening to Palmer residents. Jonas Foster. The next is from Jim Stalker. Dear Mayor DeVries, City of Palmer, I have lived in the Mat-Su Valley and close to Palmer for over 40 years. In that time, I've had many contacts with the Palmer PD for a variety of reasons. They've always been kind and professional. With the issue of Chief Dwayne Shelton and his reinstatement, I stand 100% behind this officer and this city for returning him to his position. I have never met Chief Shelton. However, I have heard nothing but good about him. I do not, nor have I ever known anyone personally at the Palmer PD. In my 40+ years here, the Palmer PD has had a great reputation, and we are blessed, and we should be thankful for them. For Jim Stalker. The next is from John Thomas. City of Palmer leaders, kindly note this expression of support for City of Palmer Police Chief Dwayne Shelton. As a longtime Valley resident, I would like to make this part of the record, showing your support for Chief Shelton. Thank you for helping keep Palmer a great place to visit and live. Sincerely, John Thomas, facility. Next is from Lisa Wiseman. City Council members and Mayor DeVries, I'm a resident of Homer, Alaska. On learning of the many offensive comments made by Police Chief Dwayne Shelton, I felt it necessary to reach out and state my concerns regarding his reinstatement. I have become familiar with the values that the Police Department Palmer values. Respect. We will recognize the value, quality, diversity, and importance of each other and the people we serve. Compassion. We will care about others and respect their feelings. Integrity. We will be honest and forthright and endeavor to excel at ethical standards. Efficiency. We will prudently conserve our resources. Leadership. We will work together to set an example of leadership that embodies respect, compassion, integrity, and efficiency. And it does not appear to me that the comments that Dwayne Shelton made align with these values. The police chief, at the very least, should embody the values presented by the department to the command. I implore you to consider the impact of reinstating a chief that freely makes comments against people of color, women, and the LGBTQ community. How can these individuals, or any individuals for that matter, feel safe and equally protected by a police department that allows Dwayne Shelton to remain on the force after degrading the diverse community the department claims to honor? I hope you all take this chance to show your community that you're committed to these values and you will not accept an officer that openly goes against them. Thank you for your time. Lisa Weisman. Public testimony for action memorandum number 20-050 for the feasibility study. The first word in the record.
Sorry, my microphone moving forward. As we have the written testimony here, it's provided out in the back of the room and what was emailed to the council, the attorney, and the city manager. There was testimony here about public testimony ordinance number 20006 rezone. That's just included in hard copy form as standard protocol for that type of process. So that's not being read into the record. And then as for the CARES Act, IM number 20007, that also should move forward to the testimony that should be entering. That wasn't read. This again was something that wasn't specifically requested to be read, and is information to be placed on the table under that item. So moving forward to public testimony, AM number 20-050, the feasibility study. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Council, are you ready for a break, recess? Is anybody online need a recess? Yes, I see some yes. Okay.
Madam Mayor, we still have a handful of testimony. Would you like us to finish? Would you like us to finish this handful over? The feasibility, last few pages.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you wanted to read those at, when we went in committee of the whole, or if you wanted to do those at that time.
We will do whichever is the pleasure of the council.
Okay. So we have some public testimony, and this was all sent electronically to the council members, was it?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So I think you have public testimony on the AM 20-050, the feasibility study. Would you like that read into the record at this time, or when you go into a committee of the whole?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Best.
I don't have a problem with it being read in, but could we go ahead and take a 15-minute break?
And what I heard was that program Councilmember Best was that you're okay with it being read into the record under the committee of the whole for this, or this isn't a committee of the whole, this is a new business. But
okay,
suspending the rules would be fine, and Councilmember Best is asking for a break.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to take care of before? No. Okay. All right. So we will take a 10-minute break. Our clock here says 9:12, so we'll come back at 9:22.
Half left. Half left.
Sure, yeah. That'd be a good idea. Thank you.
Councilmember Jill Valerius.
Yes. Steve Carrington. Have joined.
Council members Sabrina Combs.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Barrington.
Here.
Councilmember Richard Best.
Here.
Councilmember Julie Burbridge.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Linda Combs.
Here.
And Mayor Edna Reese.
Here. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
All right. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. City Manager, for your report.
Good evening. I must say it's been an eventful first 7 days. I have 4 things this evening. I'd like to talk about our COVID CARES grant program, report on EPA DOJ meetings we've had today. The last class had rehab that's on the agenda tonight, and then also regarding the Chief Shelton decision. So, the COVID CARES program, this on June 15th, the City of Palmer received $3,926,688, and we anticipate we'll receive 2 additional payments of $1.8 million. The current rules that we are operating under are summarized as these funds have to be expended by December 30th, 2020, or they must be returned. Funds can be used for economic development purpose. Funds for the City of Palmer must be COVID-19 related, as we understand now, and at this point in time cannot be used for income replacement. We anticipate we're going to lose potentially up to $1 million in lost sales tax revenue this year because of this epidemic. There is a probability that the rules may be relaxed. Senate Bills 3638 and 3608, sponsored by Senator Sullivan and Senator Kelsey, in the process. In fact, Senate Bill 3638 has been referred to appropriation, which is a good sign. They're making some action. The Senate bill 3638 is approved as intact. Essentially, we can use the money for anything. However, with only 6 months left at this point in time, that deadline does not get extended. We have to make some quick decisions. I will be proposing a plan to City Council approval on July 14th. That was brought up. There has been a lawsuit, I think, filed today or yesterday regarding economic development grants. We're not sure if this affects just the state of Alaska program and also us. But the decision and direction from the federal government says economic development is an allowable expense. So the parameters we are looking at is we want to open up the grant process on July 20th and close it on July 20th. Applications will be reviewed and funded on a first come, first served basis. We are doing that because we want to get the money in the hands of our small businesses as soon as possible. We have really two programs. We have one CARES grant application for business, and then also a CARES grant application for nonprofit. Essentially, it's really a two-pager. We have other municipalities who are putting together grandiose plans, but we want to make this as simple as possible to get this into the hands of people who need these funds. So we will be doing that. We have a very good opportunity and option to review these because we have sales tax. We can compare what the sales tax remitted to the city of Palmer in March, April, and May of last year compared to this year and see the impact that they have and pretty much make a quick justification. We also have a program for nonprofit based upon the revenue. And then I think we have a special category I'd like to look into because we do have, especially like Alaska Family Services. We support the families, and this is a time where a heightened domestic occurrences happen. We have the state fair who we host here. We have the United Way who research supports these other communities members, and then we also have the senior services who are providing meals constantly, so that issues up. And then of course we have Boys Summer, that's Sue Miners, which is really kind of brings us international. So we think we have a really good program. And so generally with the 3.9 million we've got right away, we are looking at this point in time, 3 million of that going to a small business grant program, and 750,000 of that going to nonprofits. We do have some COVID-related expenses with the city, and we will take full advantage of that. But we were determining what that amount was going to be. So we will have this out shortly. We are going to be asking for your approval, and then also to proper signatory requirements at the July 14th.
Is there any questions in that portion of the city manager's report?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
This is Linda Combs.
Oh, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. I was under the impression that one of the programs we were looking at was some form of utility abatement or whatever that would help not only our businesses but our individuals. It would help everybody. Is that part of the deal, John, or did I misunderstand you?
So you did not misunderstand me, and that was a discussion earlier. We are having some issues with being concerned that could be required. A requirement under the COVID-19 money. We want to be very careful. I mean, we have made, my understanding, the city of Palmer has made decisions with grant money in the past. It was found that that was not allowable expenses and put us in a hole. We're going to be very concerned we do not do this again. We will look for opportunities. I have, of course, there's another job I used to have, and I can tell you we're doing something similar. And one of the things that they are planning on doing is if you were eligible in 2019 for PFD funding, they are looking at, for every person in Mat-Su Valley, of them receiving $100 for PPE gear. So it's not big, but $100 is $100. They will also be doing a small business program, but it only will affect those businesses outside the cities of Palmer, Houston, and another city, what's the other city? Wasilla. And the reason for that is their attorney, and by the way, we have a very good attorney here, but the attorney over at Mat-Su Borough has determined, because economic development is a non-area-wide operation there, they cannot use that money here in Palmer. So it's very important that we do this. We do it quickly. It's pretty much on the same level of what we're doing. Also, too, I see the city of Wasilla program is very similar to ours.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So, any more questions on this?
Yes, Councilwoman Burbrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question. When you mentioned having the sales tax history from local businesses, you said March, April, May, and I'm I'm hopeful that those are going to be the only months that you guys are really looking into as far as if a business has been impacted. Just because with the lack of tourism this summer, there's going to be an impact that lasts longer than just those 3 months. Can you just talk to that real quick?
We certainly can. So what we are thinking about is from March, April, May, if they show a 10% decline, only 10% decline, they will be eligible for funding up to $10,000 to the size of your business. So there'll be $10,000 grants, $7,500 grants, $5,000 grants, $2,500 grants, depending on your size. And it goes all the way down to very minimal. We are not cutting anybody off at the bottom. We're only cutting off the large 50 FTEs and above, because we understand those companies can get state funding through their program that a lot of us will not be eligible for. So it's only 10%. We can consider, and this is in progress, I'm bringing this back to the assembly, so you can make some adjustments.
Oh, I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna get that tattoo.
Sorry to cause disruption.
I'm gonna learn. I apologize for that. So you can alter that. We will look into that. The reason we're looking at March, April, May is because we want to get this money into the hands of small businesses sooner. If we wait till March, April, May, June, July, then we're waiting even longer to get those funding out. But we will look at that. I think that's a good comment, because we're trying to get people qualified. And one of the things with the economic development money we need to see is, were you negatively impacted? We cannot give money to a business who's prospering this time. It's just we just don't think that's eligible.
We wouldn't have the summer sales tax for several months, but we will, of course, get 2 additional amounts later on, so that might be something to consider at that time. Okay, other information you have?
Yes, today myself and Alicia and Chris Null had a phone conference with EPA, DOJ regarding the operations of our water pollution control plant. We are right now dredging. You may have heard some comments about our dredging, emanating smells. That has not been done in 10 years to the extreme that we are doing it now. It's causing that, but it's trying to get our ammonia level down so we can maybe avoid, trying to avoid a very costly capital expenditure. And so we're working hard to do that. We're working on parameters to get some time to actually provide data to them that hopefully our system will work properly. Also on the agenda tonight, we're asking you to support a glass pad rehab at the airport, and that's very important. And then the last, I think most important thing tonight, we had many times people speak with Chief Shelton's decision that I made. I want to say that the letter that I put out on Facebook is sincere. We will make a difference. We have to make a difference to this. Did not expect it, but somebody I consider a friend, someone who I actually love, testified tonight about how she is fearful and concerned for her family here, and that just cannot be. We have to find a better way of doing it. We have to learn as your borough manager. as yours, I'm just going to put it on. As your city manager, it is very important that we work towards this. The rights that people are talking about, are concerned about, and don't have, we all want for them. I know without a doubt we don't want anybody denied from that, and so we need to work through this. Words do matter. That's why we have so many people here tonight. We need to fix it. I want to be the person to be in the forefront of fixing that. I have reached out to some people and trying to engage with them. We've also had a couple groups reach out to me, and I will meet with them, and we will learn. I don't want to say too much because I don't know. I don't know how best to move forward with our policies and increase confidence in us. I need to hear from those folks, from them, as opposed to us telling them how it has to be. And I think that's part of the problem, is we are telling people how they need to feel. And we need to listen to those. And we did that tonight as a city council. And so that is all I have for right now. And I'm very happy and pleased and proud to be here. And I want to be a part of the solution. Doing a place for everyone to be proud of.
Any questions, comments?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Bass?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we could roll back a little bit to the sewer treatment facility, are we looking at once this is cleared up to have this be every 3-year kind of action, so it's not so impactful in the surrounding neighborhoods? Is my first question. And then what are we doing to mitigate the situation while we're dealing with this? Because I have received several phone calls on this from people in the surrounding areas, and some of the colorfulness of some of the experiences did not seem pleasant at all. And I'd like to find out a way that we can mitigate some of the things that they're experiencing right now.
Like I stated, this is the first time in 10 years we have really addressed this. So it needs quite a bit. We are using lime, a lot of lime to knock down the smell. It is, but this is really the first step of the annual maintenance program. We plan on doing this annually. And we've made some changes to our water pollution control operation. We used to have covers over the whole lagoon system for another purpose, and that prevented us really from dredging like we should have. It just wasn't able to do. Those covers have been pulled off. We've gone to a different way of treating this, and so the good news is we're cleaning this out. It will get better. The bad news is it's no fun. It's what we're cleaning.
Any questions or comments from anyone?
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Combs?
Yeah, thank you. A couple of the phone calls that I received, I want to say that the folks wanted to say right up front that they had, they've been listened to when they, were talking to either your office, John, or, out at Public Works. And they seem to be pretty knowledgeable about essentially what's going on. But one question that came up was, it gets, apparently quite, basically to the unbearable stage, particularly, during, hours where apparently there's no one there or scheduled to be there. And we looked into, seeing what we can do to mitigate any of that by authorizing some, overtime or some more hours or whatever it's gonna take.
Vice Mayor Combs, did that issue come up during this weekend?
Yes.
This past weekend?
Yes.
We will address it. I believe there was intention to work on that. I will verify that. I know we did send someone out there when we got the complaints. We sent someone out there immediately after hours or after work hours to work on that. We are also looking, since we're bringing up overtime, on trying to get this process done sooner, so that that gap of dredging will decrease. But we don't have a whole lot of staff folks, and so we don't have a whole lot of opportunity to bring people in and work at 40, 60 hours a week.
Understood. And like you said, it's almost new territory. It is, however, very, apparently, I keep, my fingers crossed. My house is, of course, on the north side of Palmer and completely surrounded right now with blooming lilac. So, I've got pleasant smells drifting in my windows. But, as great, per se, a treatment plant that we have, which I think we do, and there's always room to learn more about, but, I appreciate the way you've been addressing it. If you would double check on the weekend, I'd appreciate it, and I'll be able to pass along the, comments about, you know, we can't really stretch our staff too far, so, I think we're making attempts, and that's the first and foremost thing, because it can become very much a public, health issue. So, thank you very much for your time, John.
We will work on that, and we'll get the message out and plant more lilacs.
Yes, absolutely.
Any other questions, comments from me and the council? Yeah, I didn't get any comments this last weekend, but the first weekend I did. This last weekend. It's okay. Alrighty, anything else? Is that wrap it up, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, alright. City clerk? Deputy clerk, you have a report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will take the clerk's report aside this. One thing that I want to report on tonight is the question of council returning back to chambers. So I've received a few phone calls in the last few weeks, a couple weeks, as to what's going on. Are we looking at that? Yes, we're looking at that. I just want to let the council know that to bring the council back, we would only be able to, and that helps that honoring the 6 feet. We have to rearrange the dais a bit on who sits where. We have to order some barriers to separate out those who will be sitting at the dais. There will only be 4 members of the council. So the mayor and 3 other council members who would be sitting, and then we would be needing to bring tables. There would be 3 tables sitting out using up the audience, the audience space. And those tables, again, we have to buy some barrier spacing to keep that protection because they're not quite 6 feet. The other option that we're looking at, we're having a hard time purchasing our face masks. Not the face masks like the cloth masks, but the actual face shields. Sorry, let me use the correct terminology. So the face shields are currently not available as we look for them. It could be some time, so we don't have to do both. committee. We set it up here in the council. Deputy Clerk Kara Johnson, Administrative Assistant Heather Lindberg. I kind of spewed my thoughts, ideas. They came out and measured everything, so they had to know the distance points. Heather's working on getting those barriers. We're trying very diligently to get this stuff, but things are on back order. We have some things that we're ordering that we won't be able to see until the end of August. Not for council chambers, we're talking for elections. So I'm trying to work on a few pieces of that as well. So I just want to let the council know that we're trying. My goal initially was to see the council and boards and commission members return back to the chambers in full 7 members in July. That may be pushed back even to the second meeting in July or even August if we can't get the proper PPE due to 6 feet. In addition, so we pulled the council out, there's 3 members out that would be sitting behind the audience table. That does allow some citizens to still sit in the back row. We would at that point ask all staff, as we have, to be available in the offices watching, listening, if they're needed for the night or from their offices. So no staff would be present. So that's kind of where we stand. Radio Free Palmer would still have their spot as we pick them for this meeting.
Councilman Best, did I hear you?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Spitballing an idea here, if we were to utilize the depot and we would need to potentially purchase some additional sound equipment, would that be funds that could be reimbursed due to COVID, so that we would be able to have council meetings with the appropriate spacing, with the amount of spacing for individual members of the public to all sit in the same room and be present?
I do believe that we could use COVID funding for that. That delays the process though. Because of the cost of getting everything set up, we would have to RFP out. We don't need to bypass procurement on that. So we would be, I would be even further. And I do think that it's an option. We can meet our needs. Just put that aside, tonight's testimony and last week's testimony, on our normal occasion of council and who attends, we could remain here in the chambers. Of course, we'll do push the council if that's something that moving to a different location, but it will delay out longer because we have to follow the RFP process, purchase all new equipment. What we have here is not transportable. What we have at the depot is not sufficient.
Any other questions or comments to the city clerk? Was that all your report?
That's my report. Okay. Any questions? I'm happy to further, but I know that was a big one.
Okay. I'll ask again, any other questions or comments from any of the council members? Everybody's okay? All right. So, the next is my report, and I want to thank the police officer that's here tonight. Thank you. Like that crowd out there in Lyden got a little bit rambunctious, so thank you for keeping law and order. Thank you very much. I have a number of additional things to my written report. I think you all probably received an email from AML regarding their position statements, and so I've asked the clerk to put those existing statements with my report for the July 14th meeting, and then we will have a discussion there. If you want to change any of those at their August meeting, I plan on being online for the August meeting. I think at least Councilwoman Holmes was planning on going in person. I don't know if there was anybody else or not, but so that'll be in your packet for July 14th, and we'll discuss that under the mayor's report. My first 911 task force meeting is at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Most people are doing WebEx. That's what the state uses. But I am going to go into Anchorage for the meeting so I can be there in person. Also, Palmer Pride is coming up, so I
would like to have your nominations for the beautification awards for lawns and Citizen of the Year, Business of the Year. And as you know, we didn't physically award any of the Golden Heart awards in February, so if those recipients are available to attend the Palmer Pride, and I guess Deputy Mayor Combs, that's Palmer Pride still on the agenda, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute. I was waiting for, the report that I didn't receive it till, on Friday, regarding things like reopening, places where there's congregate meals and stuff. I've done some, brainstorming with a couple people, and one of the difficulties is we can come up with some ways around, some of the COVID, restrictions, if we can absolutely guarantee we're gonna have a, 72-degree sunshiny day without rain, and those of you who have been rained on during Palmer Pride picnics know that that's not always a good shot. So, my biggest concern, has been, having the rain and then expecting people to be, shoulder to shoulder, as they often are, inside of the train depot. Across our country, there are still different events like that, in particular when they're inside like that, that are they're just being put on hold. One of the sad things was to take away that the state and the federal guidelines for places such as our senior center. There's no date even in sight. We were hoping that tomorrow we would be able to have our first meeting, which would have been an annual meeting, with the annual, membership, voting for, council members, board members, etc. And we, just are unable to do so. And I extrapolated and talked to, Dr. Zink's office and a few other places. So, in good conscience, I don't believe that we can hold it. So I was on my list, Madam Mayor, we need to get together, we need to decide how we can still, make sure these individuals, businesses, etc. groups receive awards. It's just we're not able to do it in the traditional way. Of course, next year is a birthday year. I've already brought this to, the city manager's attention. And it'll be the 70th birthday of the city of Palmer. And I think we'll just have to plan on making up for it at that time and making it extra big, extra special. If there's any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Well, I guess, I'm maybe on the other side, I'd like us to try to push through to have it, and if it rains, then we would, just cancel that part, and then maybe either move into the city council chambers or into the depot, and I don't know, city clerk is busy doing something else now, but, maybe we could do something with Zoom or Facebook Live or something like that, where we would acknowledge the people that are receiving the awards as long as they feel comfortable in coming. So, so let you and I discuss that.
We'll discuss that then, because I haven't put anything out. It's just that, like I said, there's been some real brainstorming about, food preparation, all of the different aspects of what's gone on over 30 years, at a Palmer Pride picnic. So, I agree, it would be something that would be wonderful to be very positive, let's get together, and we'll do some more bouncing around and discussing it.
Right. And maybe, you know, one of the things, you know, sometimes we've had other people have booths there and stuff like that, that would actually take up space. And so maybe the idea would be that we would, you know, have those quote vendors there, even though I know they didn't sell anything, but, you know, and then, you know, also about the music. So anyway, as you said, it's getting late, so I have one last item. About a month ago, I got a call from the manager of Fred Meyer's at Palmer saying that they were having a difficult time in getting enough paper bags. And so he said that somebody from Portland would be in touch with me. A couple weeks later, I had not received anything, so I called the manager back at Fred Meyer, and he said we found an alternate source. Then last Thursday, I got a call from the gentleman that's the head of the Alaska section, and he said that the regional person in Portland wanted to talk to me about the paper bag inventory problem that Fred Meyer was experiencing. So I talked to him on Friday, and I asked him, to me there were three ways, and I asked him, you know, which way he thought would work best for them. One would be just to do away with the plastic bag ban altogether. The other way would be to change our plastic bag ban density to meet Wacilla's, and the other was to do a temporary ban similar to what the city of Homer had done, until the fact is that the paper industry gets caught up with the paper goods. And he said that his company policy is still zero plastic bags, and so he said he wasn't interested in having me put forward to the council the changing the density, because that doesn't, you know, help with where their city or their corporation is in this time. And so I have asked the city manager and the attorney and Norma to, and I've started my portion of it also, to bring an item forth on the July 14th meeting that would be similar to what the city of Homer did, and also I think similar to what Anchorage did, is to lift the ban on plastic bags until the state mandate is, emergency mandate is lifted. And he said that, you know, what if there's talk now of a pulp mill opening up in the state of Washington, and if that happens, that there would probably be an earlier supply of paper bags. And I think we all know the problem people went through with other paper goods, you know, whether it was paper towels, napkins, or toilet paper. And so that, and he would be available if the council would desire to zoom him in at the, what we would have to do is we have the introduction of the ordinance on July 14th, and then the public hearing on the 28th, because it would require two. We'd also have to look at the fee schedule and the penalty schedule, so they wouldn't be charged any fees or any penalties. So that would be the second part of that, and he's willing to take them, like I said, zoom into the meeting to explain where they're at and what's going on. But that will be on your agenda for the July 14th. So any questions about anything on my report? Yes, Councilwoman Holmes,
I'm just curious about why the oath of office is in your report.
Well, some people were asking me about the council, whether the council had to support the Constitution and the freedom of speech. And so I asked Norma to give me the, what we all swore to when we were installed. And so I told the people that were asking, I said, I will go ahead and have that there so you'll be able to read it, so that you will, the public will know what we have sworn when we take office. So that was a request from citizens saying, well, you know, about, especially about the freedom of speech issue. So, okay. Further questions or comments? Okay. And I think Mike is on. Mike, do you have any report for us?
A couple comments, Madam Mayor. On the CARES Act funding, I would respectfully request that the mayor and all council members review the CARES Act grant agreement. That document is the standard Title 37 grant agreement, modified to some degree to reflect the CARES Act funding that the state has received. And it has a number of provisions in it that may or may not fit cleanly into the programmatic aspect of the CARES Act funding. I'd ask you all to look at that closely, and if you have questions of the city manager or myself, we're certainly happy to try to address them. There's a number of slowdown provisions that are contained in that document that need to be included in other funding documents that we may put together, applications and these sorts of things. And the other part of it is, of course, these funds have to be spent in accordance with the conditions of the grant and are subject to review by the granting agencies as they appropriately should be. So I wanted to call those particular things out for you all to look at because there's provisions in there that control the grant. There's conflicts provision, there's indemnification provision, which the municipal attorneys typically feel is unenforceable if the state doesn't agree to indemnification provision and those sorts of things. So I wanted to mention those couple of issues just to be on alert for. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone have questions of the attorney? Yeah. Councilwoman Berger, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a question of the attorney. Can you just summarize that? I really didn't hear any of that. Thank you.
So, Mike, I don't know, can you get closer to a mic or something and then repeat what you?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry. Can everybody hear me?
Is that better, Councilwoman Berger? Councilwoman Berger, is that better now? Yeah. Okay. Yes, I get a thumbs up. So go ahead and go again, sir, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyway, as I was saying, the CARES Act grant document that's been distributed to all the municipalities is basically a Title 37 grant agreement, modified to some degree to fit the CARES Act funding. Included in that agreement are a number of obligations that the city undertakes when it agrees to accept the money and signs off on the grant. It contains indemnification provisions, conflict of interest provisions, flow down provisions, and if you look at that grant document, you see a number of requirements that must be met, and then other contracts that are issued pursuant to that grant need to have flow down provisions that are incorporated into those documents. What I'm basically saying is the city needs to act diligently to ensure that the grant conditions are met, that we've acted with diligence to make sure that the money is distributed in accordance with the grant requirements, and it may be that the state needs to look at that grant agreement and modify some of its terms, or give us some interpretation guidance on some of the other provisions included in the document. And so I was urging council, mayor, others carefully review that document to have a full understanding of what the obligations the city is undertaking by accepting and extending those funds. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay, and that's the items I think that we looked at a little bit last time. There were a couple questions that I had, and I think, you know, the standard provision there in attachment C, and the frequently asked questions, appendix A, that kind of thing. So I would assume that our city manager and the city attorney are working closely to be sure. The last thing we want to do is to violate any of those items under the grant program. Any other questions or comments from directed to the city attorney? Okay. Alrighty, so now we will move on from the audience participation. We will move on to the public hearing, amending the zoning map to revise the zoning designation of tax parcel tract 5, Cedar Hills subdivision unit 2, phase 1 to rezone parcel from commercial limited to public use. Does anyone want staff report before we open the public hearing?
Okay, Board Member.
Yes, sir. Well, you want a staff report? Okay.
I need a moment on my report here. So this evening we have amending a zoning map request revised zoning designation for tax parcel tract 5, Cedar Hill subdivision unit 2, to rezone the parcel from limited commercial to public use. We have some special guests here this evening for the purpose of acquiring property for public service improvement. This has been fully vetted by our planning commission. Had a hearing on May 21st, 2020. They have given some approval and request the same from the city council.
Anything further from the council members before open the public hearing? No? Okay. So we will open the public hearing, and anyone can testify. 3 minutes if you're representing yourself, 5 minutes if you're representing the group. And this testimony is only in support or opposition to ordinance number 20-006. The public hearing is now open. Seeing no one come forth, does the council have any objections for me closing the public hearing? We can speak as the applicant if that's so desired by the council. No, I guess if you want to enter some testimony or something like that, yeah, whatever you desire, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And council and Ms. Manager, I will be brief. You have before you the information for the resolution that the planning commission approved. Bottom line is that there's nothing new to add, with the exception of, I do have the Director of Emergency Services, Ken Berkeley, and the Deputy Emergency Services Director, Carrie Quinn, who are here if there were any questions about, there was concerns about noise at the planning commission level, and so they're here to speak to that. If the council is so desirous of hearing that, we're happy to be so and give you a lowdown on what the policy procedure is for that.
I think since we don't have any testimony tonight regarding it, but maybe since we did have testimony before, someone would like to address that. And I realize, and I don't know for sure if the council
realizes that, this isn't something that's gonna start tomorrow, because we still have to wait for funding, et cetera, right?
Correct.
So things can change over the period of time, but if you could just maybe talk, what your plans are now and how you envision it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City Manager. Here, here's the dollar, you got it right. So there's some, the only concern I heard was about noise, and it's the sirens, and they're legit concerns. We have that in other areas where we do have EMS stations or fire stations, and we have over 45 fire and EMS stations throughout the borough. We have PTSD, we have combat vets, and noise can be a problem. So we've addressed that, and we have calls that are from an alpha to an echo. And generally on a delta and an echo call are the only times we really use our sirens. People think we just use them all the time, but that's not the case. And we won't use the siren until they're on the highway. So leaving this property, they won't turn their sirens on in the station, coming out of the station. It won't be until they get onto the highway. Now, they will have their lights on, but once they get on the highway, get going down, then they'll turn their sirens on. And that's respecting our neighbors, the public.
Yeah, because I know the one gentleman, when I was reading the testimony, had said, you know, the other were not roads, and
You follow him to.
yeah, right, yeah, you're following.
I know.
That's right. So anyway, I just, I wanted to be sure, so.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you. Is anyone else who wants to say anything?
Specific question.
Okay, all right, city manager.
Yeah, I just think thank you. I wanted to give that opportunity.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Does the council have any questions of the applicants while we're in public hearing, before I close public hearing? I like to be able to see the council. That's the one thing I'd like to change when we get a better system, is that they can see who's testifying, but then I can see them in case they're raising their hand or something like that. And,
I'm working on that right now, actually, getting more monitors for it.
okay, good. Okay, so, does anybody from the council have any questions of the applicant or anything? Again, I'll ask you to get about closing the public hearing. Everybody on that side of the Zoom is ready for me to close the public hearing, okay?
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Best.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would ask, if we were to close the public hearing, that we still, are able to have a conversation with the applicant. We can, suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules, okay, sure.
Yeah.
We can do that. Any other comments from council before I close the public hearing? Okay. Okay, so the public hearing is closed. What is the council's wishes on ordinance 20-006?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Sabrina Combs.
move to approve this.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, ready? So it's been moved and seconded that we approve ordinance 20-006. Discussion by the council.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Best, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the idea of, giving space for, emergency medical facilities. It also kind of shows, where the growth of the city, you know, that's what we have need, for these kind of services. My reluctance is Cedar Hills. They have been desperate for, park and, support, from the city in that respect. And my question is this the best use for that property, and or is there any potential for us to you know, is the entire property going to be utilized for the facilities, for the emergency facilities?
If I can go ahead and ask you the suspension of the rules so that I can
one of the applicants to come and address that, or maybe the city manager if he knows? Is there any objections to allowing the applicant to come back to address the council on that question? No? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Through the mayor, to the council, Nancy Cameron, to our land agent, I handle the acquisition process. So, the idea of the park, we have looked at that, and so tract 5 does not have any legal access from the subdivision to tract 5, as other than by Marsh Road or the Glen Highway. In order for the subdivision to access tract 5 through the subdivision, the city of Palmer would have to acquire a private property or acquire an easement in order for that to happen. One thing that the borough is very concerned about is safety. We cannot have the public entering the property from the roadway because that's where the emergency vehicles are going to be going in and out of. And that's just not a good pairing of mixed use. There is a tract to the north that is larger and is for sale by the developer, same as this one is. That does have legal access platted to it, and the borough would ask the council to consider discussing with Connie Yoshimura and the people that own that property to perhaps look at putting a park there where there's already legal access to it and plenty of room to do that. So we're not mixing emergency vehicles running in and out and kids playing playgrounds. The other concern that the borough has with the park on the borough property is, although Palmer has powers, park powers that has been given to them by the borough, there's still the question of acquiring that portion of that property to compensate emergency services for their cost, and also who would build or develop that park and who would manage and maintain it. And so those are the concerns that the borough has with putting a public park on that particular property as opposed to maybe the adjacent property that is still vacant and available.
Further questions or comments from the council?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman, yes, go ahead.
I appreciate those comments. Could we get some input from the city manager?
Yes, and while he's getting ready, I did have given to me tonight maybe some additional language to put into section A, and I don't know if you have a copy of this also.
I do not. It might be good to read that right now, Mayor, and then we can discuss.
Okay, so the suggested from our staff on A, the public use of the property is limited to the establishment of the emergency medical facility building with the necessary buffers, open space, and setbacks for mitigation of noise and light. Emergency medical building must be oriented in such a way that provides safe access to the Glen Highway as outlined in the applicant's response. Did you want to?
Madam Mayor?
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, can we get some clarification on buffer? Because I think the director has a question on that. Okay.
I don't know, Brad is not here. For buffer, it can mean different things.
Sure.
We would leave the trees on the back part of the property where the houses are. We wouldn't landscape or remove any of that we wouldn't need for fill, which should be put in fill.
Okay.
So I think the trees is the best part.
Right, yes.
Natural
Noise, yeah, right. So anyway, the clerk would make copies of that, so we'll have it add them in, so she can also send it to the council members too, so. We can really get everything here for a minute.
Madam Mayor, this is Steve.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Carrington.
I believe somewhere towards the middle of the Cedar Hills, kind of on the edge of the developed area, there's at least one lot that's been kind of set aside for a park. It's not very big, but it's right between kind of the undeveloped area and the developed area of Cedar Hills. So that's also a possibility for a park.
Okay, is that in the undeveloped area in the park that's in the process of being developed? Is that on the backside, like at the end of Pioneer Parkway that you're talking about, sir?
I don't recall, but
Sorry about
but that was a strange one with, it has a flag to it, and so it was not very good development area, so I think they kind of gave that up for a potential park. It's not very large, but if they're looking to develop, there might be something to look at lots next to it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't know.
So I can, kind of summarize this because, City of Palmer is looking for a park, and the Madison Borough has some concerns, and certainly I think we all share that when you are having emergency service vehicles, you do not want the public anywhere near. So I think that's, that is important. There is a question on access. I believe Mr. Hanson believes would be other access to that property, although and somehow easement would be required. So I guess the first thought I had on this, and I know from experience that the Madison Borough has been a good community partner. I know the former manager there who worked deals with the city of Wasilla, and I know the new city manager of Palmer would like that in kind for his city. So I guess we're coming for you. I'm just saying that. So number one, you're purchasing this for future. You do not have the funds to build your facility. In fact, you only have the facility designed here. Is that correct? Right. So there is an opportunity to work with the city of Palmer on your design that may give us an opportunity to assist the neighborhood once that's designed and once there's proper access. Correct. And I know you cannot commit for the future of Madison Borough, as Nicholas Carafas has constantly told me. But is that something you'll be willing to work with, if given the opportunity, with the city of Palmer to create access differently if there's available property that fits in with your development as you desire? Yes, city manager, absolutely. Okay. I think that's the way. I mean, we don't have things ironed out, and this is important. I mean, regardless on whether the city of Palmer gets what he wants with the park, which we're going to work on. This is a really important asset because we are having a new EMS emergency station right north end of Palmer. That can really help our residents and get them quicker access. So that's really job one. We want to also provide recreation opportunities for the subdivision. And I'm confident we can work this out. I just don't think we can do that tonight without the access issue and without them really knowing how we're going to use the property. And I think
I'll just ask for a postponement, then, sir, is that what you would ask?
well, I would ask for approval of this and allow me as manager to work with them to work out the issue of parking. We do not have, from my understanding, they're not ready to build yet, and we don't have funds for a park. We just want to secure a park. And I was unaware of Mr. Carrington's knowledge also. We will find a way of doing that. And like I said, I know from experience, Madison Borough has helped other communities, and it has been a good community neighbor, at least for the last 9 years.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Combs.
This particular tract, this particular area of the Cedar Hills subdivision was not, from my knowledge, considered to be potential park material. It was further back in the subdivision. Now, I know the tract that Councilman Carrington talked about, but there was at least one or two others that were potential as, long ago as 10 years ago. So, I'm really happy, believe me, how happy I am, that the idea of having a park, in each one of our major areas, is still on people's minds, because that's why we have that park ordinance, is to, it's a quality of life issue for our citizens. So, but I don't see it as being any part of anything that should hold us up from approving this ordinance this evening, so that our manager and everybody else can keep on moving forward.
I'm just wondering if we maybe need to have an amendment to the adoption to say that there will be further negotiations by our city manager and the borough regarding this property.
In what regards, Madam Mayor?
Well, just like you're talking about the buffers, the setbacks, the noise, the light, that kind of thing. So, all of those things. So what?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Best.
I don't necessarily know that we need to codify it in there. We have the intent of the discussion.
Okay.
The manager has given us his word to try to work, do his job. And I think I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. Is the rest of the council comfortable with the intent that we discussed tonight, or would you like to have some further clarification, or what's some of the rest of the council people's response?
Madam Mayor, if I might, I'm real comfortable with the change of the language that was just, of course, emailed to us. And if we need an amendment to include that, so that we can then vote and get this going. I understand there's no huge hurry, but I'm comfortable with all the intents intentions that I've heard. But I do like this language better, which talks about, having the necessary buffers and setbacks, so I'm sure as we get closer into with designs and stuff, that we're going to have things presented to us that are going to reflect this amendment.
Madam Mayor, I'll second your amendment then.
Okay, discussion on the amendment then.
Madam Mayor, would you mind reading that amendment one more time into the record?
Sure. So I don't mind at all. Thank you. Okay. The public use of the property is limited to the establishment of an emergency medical facility building with necessary buffers, open space, and setbacks for mitigation of noise and light. An emergency medical facility building must be oriented in such a way that it provides safe access to the Glen Highway as outlined in the applicant's response. Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay. Madam Deputy Clerk, could you take the roll for the vote, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Jill Valerius.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabrina Combs.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Carrington.
Yes.
Councilmember Richard Best.
Yes.
Councilmember Julie Burbridge.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Linda Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Edmund Reese.
Yes. Also, everybody has on page 94, I think, Stephanie Allen, who is a resident in that area, some of her concerns there regarding that. So just want to call that attention also to the city manager. So he's working with them if he has that, as well as in the investigation into there is a park area that's further inside. Thank you very much. Yeah, no problem. Okay, is everyone ready to vote on the motion to approve the ordinance with the amendment? Okay, would you take the roll, please, on that vote?
Councilmember Jill Valerius.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabrina Combs.
Yes.
Councilmember Councilmember Steve Harrington,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard Best,
Yes.
Councilmember Julie Herbert,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Linda Collins,
Yes.
Mayor Eden DeVries.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody. You guys got somebody to work with that you know, so. You know how to handle me on my things. Or he knows how to handle you guys. And thanks for your patience waiting for all that. Okay. According to my clock here, it's 10:31, and will there be objections again to refer the committee of the whole for the ethics to the July 14th meeting if we don't get waylaid again? Or did you want to take some time to go into the committee of the whole and deal with that? What's the wishes of the council?
Move to postpone.
Okay. Is there a second to the postponement?
I dislike it, but I'll second it, because we've got circumstances. I don't, it's not a statement on how I feel about it.
Okay, discussion from the council regarding the postponement.
Madam Mayor,
Yes. Okay.
we're gonna postpone the CARES Act funding as well for the 14th, since that's when
Right.
the tendency will be, right?
Yes.
So should we just do them all at once?
We can easily do that. I just didn't know if maybe there was going to be some dissension about postponing the COVID ethics. The CARES Act, I thought there probably wouldn't be any, concern, but I didn't know how everybody felt on that ethics thing. So, Councilman Ness, would you like to amend your motion?
Well, actually, Member, I'd like to kind of throw this out there. I think that we could probably knock off the new business action memorandum 20049 this evening. If we're pretty efficient, I think that there's not much hiccups in that one.
Right, but, so are you asking that there be a change in the agenda order, or what I think was brought up by Councilwoman Sabrina Holmes, that she was looking at postponing the CARES Act also, since we heard from the city manager. So my question to you was, did you want to add that information memorandum 20-007 to your motion, or do you want your motion to stand by itself just for memorandum, information memorandum 20-006?
Member, if we're going to postpone unfinished business in its entirety, 1 and 2, I'm okay with that, and then we can discuss the new business aspect later.
Okay, is that agreeable to the second?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Further discussion then on to postpone both items under unfinished business. Any concerns, comments, amendments to the motion? Okay. Take the roll. This motion before you is to postpone both information memorandum 20-006 and 20-007. Okay, go ahead.
Councilmember Bill Hilarious,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabrina Holmes,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Harrington,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard Best,
Yes.
Councilmember Julie Herbert,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Linda Collins,
Yes.
Mayor Eden DeVries.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. So the next item on our agenda, the new business, is action memorandum 20-049, directing the city manager to notify the state of Alaska, the city council statement of non-objections to liquor license 1274 for Palmer Bar located at 828 South Colony Way. Does anyone want a staff report? Are you ready for a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve.
Okay. Is there a second?
Madam Mayor, second.
Thank you. Okay, the motion before you is to approve action memorandum 20-049. I know know one of the questions normally asked at this time is either to the clerk or the deputy clerk, have we received any additional comments since the packet was put together?
We have not.
Okay, thank you. City manager, do you have any comments before we vote on the motion?
I do not.
Okay. Any amendments, or are you ready to vote? Ready to vote?
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Best?
I would like to, this objection, just as a figuratively thing, Mary Lou has been an outstanding business owner, and I'm saddened to see her, sell off the business. It has been an icon within our city. People have come to our town, that feel welcomed, and, the sense of authenticity has always been there. It has always been a great meeting place for folks to go and have dinner or to have a few adult beverages. I'm saddened that my objection is that she's been a great partner with the city and the local community, and I'm very intrigued as to the new direction with the new ownership group, but I half-heartedly don't want to see her sell off, but I do approve this.
Further comments or questions or amendments from the council? Deputy clerk, if you will call the roll for the vote, please, on action memorandum 20-049.
Councilmember Delaware.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabrina Combs.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Carrington.
Yes.
Councilmember Richard Best.
Yes.
Councilmember Julie Berger.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lily Combs.
Yes.
Mayor Ed DeVries.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is action memorandum number 20-050, approving the city manager to enter into an agreement with Resource Data Incorporated for work from home feasibility study services for the city of Palmer for $3,000. What is the wishes of the council?
Madam Mayor, move to approve.
Madam Mayor, second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Discussion by the council, amendments to the motion?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
If I may, City Clerk Ellie here. As it was noted prior under public testimony, there was unanimous consent, there was consent without objection from the council to read in the written testimony received. Under this action memorandum, the approval was for the suspension of the rules to read the remaining testimony as it pertains to action memorandum number 20-050. Do we have your permission, Madam Mayor, to do that?
Is there any objection from the council to read the 3 emails that were sent in to the clerk regarding this item? Okay, let's see.
The first item to be read into the record will be from Jody Anderson. Dear Palmer City Council members, Mayor, and Manager Lucy, as a registered voters and residents of Palmer, we'd like to urge you to vote yes to allocate funding for the vote from home feasibility study under consideration on this agenda. Reviewing the last decade of poor Palmer City voter turnout numbers should inform the council of the need to find a more inclusive way to engage citizens in the process of voting. We have fantastic voter registration numbers, but we do not see these numbers reflected in the polling data after a local election. Also, with the current coronavirus pandemic, there is no end in sight. It seems developing a safe, modern, and efficient voting process should be a priority of the city of Palmer. As a council, we allow for experts regularly from outside contractors to assist the city in planning for good infrastructure and programming that is of benefit to the citizens of Palmer. This is exactly the time to put aside personal or political biases so you can fulfill your obligation to Palmer voters to supply them with the information needed to have the ability to weigh the best options for safe and convenient voting. We believe a feasibility study is necessary prior to deciding whether or not
vote from home should be considered for Palmer voters. Respectfully, Jody Anderson and Randy Cole. The second one is from Maggie Abel Trammell. Dear Mayor DeVries and Palmer City Council members, I am writing to give public testimony in support of conducting the vote by mail feasibility study. This study will not cost the city any money if the CARES Act funds can be used to pay for it. You are being asked to vote on whether to allow vote by mail yet. We are just deciding that it is okay for a study to be done. Why wouldn't we want to give as much access to voting as possible for our Palmer residents? Vote by mail works in many other places, and there has never been any proven cases of fraud. This year will be even more crucial for us to make voting as accessible as possible. Due to fears over COVID, volunteer poll workers will not be as readily available, and people will be less likely to go vote for fear of being in unsafe public locations. Please vote yes to have a feasibility study done. Thank you for your consideration. Maggie Abel Trammell, Palmer resident. Next is from Herb Biscoff. Dear Mayor and Council members, as a senior and one of your constituents, I request that you reconsider and approve a vote from home feasibility study for the city of Palmer. Given the consistent low voter turnout, few people using absentee ballots, and the risk of COVID infection during in-person vote, it is self-evident that exploring other means of participation in the voting process should be welcome. Please reconsider your position and allow your review of potentially helpful information as to whether or not voting by mail would make it easier and safer for us to cast the ballot. Thank you. Herb Scott. Next is from David Fuller. Dear Madam Mayor and Council, during the regular City Council meeting of May 21st, 2020, this body addressed the topic of a vote from home feasibility study in the form of action memorandum number 20-039. During that discussion, it seemed that some members of the council, as well as the mayor, did not understand that the issue being discussed was the feasibility study and not actually the implementation of vote by mail. The result of this confusion led to the issue being voted down by the mayor and council based on very obtuse and speculative opinions of vote by mail versus the actual statement of the action memorandum. As a citizen of the city of Palmer and an avid voter, as well as other concerned citizens, would greatly be interested in a vote from home feasibility study for the city of Palmer through Resource Data Incorporated. I understand that the $3,000 fee for this service can be covered by CARES Act funding that has been allocated to the city. Contrary to the popular belief held by some on this body, we, the individual voters, are educated enough to cast our ballot, and we do understand the gravity of this issue. Moreover, we, the electorate, would hope that our mayor and council, although against the concept of vote by mail on a personal level, would be able to cast their own assumptions aside and sanction a study to explore possible innovations that could possibly save the city money and enfranchise more folks within the city to participate in voting. I would like to thank Councilwoman Valerius and Burbrick for supporting this issue and listening to your constituents in bringing this topic back for a second look as well as clarification. Additionally, I would like to thank Councilwoman Sabrina Combs for her understanding and original support of this action memorandum and not discussing it due to personal bias. Mayor DeVries, Councilwoman Linda Combs, Councilman Best, and Carrington, if you choose tonight to vote down the study, please give us voters and citizens of Palmer an educated and non-biased explanation as to why you made your decision to not study possible innovations that may benefit our city and promote voter participation. Thank you, David Fuller. Yeah, somehow it just had a moment. Okay. Next will be from Janelle Ganagon. Dear Madam Mayor DeVries, Deputy Mayor Combs, and Palmer City Council members, I'm writing to support approval for the feasibility study to take place to better determine if vote by mail is a viable option for Palmer City voters that will increase legitimate voter turnout. As someone who began voting my tenure in the state of Oregon, where
Initial vote by mail was instituted in 1981 for local state elections, and for all voting by 2000. It seems strange to me that all states would not want to at least exhaust all options for understanding these options best possible. Personally, I would like to see the state of Alaska change to a vote by mail state like Oregon. Legitimate voter turnout increases across demographic lines with vote by mail, which is something we should all favor. Civic engagement, not just civic understanding. I included a link to an article published by Oregon Public Broadcasting for one of the numerous references you all must surely be considered before making a final decision. She's provided a link, and it's available in paper form in the back of the room. Please vote yes for the feasibility study. I ask that this letter be read into the record. Thank you all for your service. Respectfully, Janelle Gavon. Next is from Lee Henriksen. Madam Mayor and Palmer City Council members, you have an opportunity to get important data on improving our city elections with the feasibility study on voting by mail. The October 29, 2019 election had extremely low turnout and was expensive since we had to run and pay for early voting and election day voting on our own. It was the first election in which the borough moved its election to November. Additionally, there was little promotion of the election due to expense. Looking at the feasibility of vote by mail will give you good information to guide you in improving our elections, which I know is important to you. Since CARES funds will pay for this research, I hope you will vote to allow the feasibility study. Please take advantage of this opportunity to look at our election process. Lee Henriksen. Next is from Terry and Houston Snyder. Dear Palmer City Council members, Mayor, and Manager, as registered voters and residents of downtown Palmer, we would like to urge you to vote yes to allocate funding for the above vote from home study under consideration on this agenda. A look back at the last 10 years of city voter turnout should tell you all need to know about your obligation to find more current and inclusive ways to engage citizens in the process of voting. More people are registered than ever, but it has not led to increased participation at the polls. With no end in sight of this serious pandemic, it is more important than ever for our election officials to explore all options in the way that the city operates for the protection of residents, businesses, and employees of the city. As a council, we allow for experts regularly from outside contractors to assist the city in planning for good infrastructure and programming that is of benefit. This is exactly the time to put aside your own personal or political biases so that you can fulfill your obligation to Palmer voters to supply them with the information needed to have the ability to weigh the best options for safe and convenient voting. A cursory look at what is allowable for the funding from the CARES Act, it would seem this study to be permissible, which would certainly make utilization for this purpose a conservative way of operation. For the first 50 years of American elections, most voting wasn't done in private, and voters didn't even make their choices on a paper ballot. Instead, those with the right to vote, only white men at that time, went to the local courthouse and publicly cast their vote out loud. Luckily, we have progressed to a more equitable and modern way of exercising our right to vote. It is important we continue on that path and explore new ways to do so for the betterment of our city. Respectfully, Terry and Houston Snyder.
Alrighty, to the council, the motion on the floor is to approve action memorandum 20-050. Discussion or amendments by the council. Councilwoman Valerius.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess, this was summarized well in some of the letters of support. I guess what I would like to see us do is actually just look, this is a feasibility study, so we're not making decisions about how we'll vote and what happens going forward. But I think given that it's very likely we can use COVID and CARES Act funding for this, it won't cost us money, but it will give us some insight into what our options, whether or not even some sort of a vote from home is an option. So I think in doing our diligence as a council that we explore this as an option. So thank you.
Councilwoman Herbert?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I wanted to bring this back to the council because I felt like the vote that we had in May was not really a vote on whether or not we should approve a feasibility study, but more of a vote on how people felt about the idea of alternative methods of voting. I really feel like we as a council need to do our due diligence here and explore all these possibilities in light of the COVID pandemic and the fears and the threats of having polling places and you know, our electorate and our polling workers being at those polling places, but also because our voter turnout is pretty abysmal, and if we can do anything to increase our voter turnout, I think we should do it. I think we all here believe in the democratic process, and we would all like to see a lot more people vote. So this is just a feasibility study. This is not, it may not turn out that they even tell us that vote from home is a good possibility for Palmer, but we won't know unless we hire somebody to find out for us. So I hope that you guys will vote on this based on that. Thank you.
Any other council comments?
Hi, Mayor.
Sabrina Holmes?
Thanks. I just want to echo what my two previous council members said. This is just a study, and we need to do everything for our voters to make sure we're doing the right thing. So we need to put aside our personal beliefs on whether or not we agree with mail-in voting, and make sure that this is the right one on choice for all.
Any other comments from the council? Councilman Harrington? Yes.
Well, I'd just like to quote from the letter to Ms. Allen. Since 2016, Resource Data has successfully supported the municipality of Anchorage in establishing a vote-by-mail program and carrying out vote-by-mail elections. We're also currently working on feasibility studies for P9. I guess my point I'm trying to make is that this, to me, a feasibility study would be something that would be maybe a bit more neutral. This is coming from people that are, you know, actively pushing it. And I guess I'm a little more reluctant on that point because I'd rather see someone who's going to weigh both sides of it and report to us rather than essentially be the champions of vote by mail. I guess but I would look for a more neutral standpoint for feasibility.
Deputy Mayor Holmes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really sorry if somebody wants to take this as a personal bias. My bias leans towards the fact that we have an awesome voting system that addresses the diversity of the community that we have. Anyone who wants to vote is going to be able to vote. We have 4 different ways that you can vote. And adding potentially a 5th way for only 1 election a year is in my mind unnecessary at this time. If you're going to go on the, oh gee, we might get some, you know, quote unquote free money to do it, we have other issues in my mind that are more important right now. Okay, when we already have a system and it does work, you can go vote in person, and some of us fought long and hard to extend early voting from 2 or 3 days to 10 days, and that includes a weekend. Then there's also the absentee voting that you request with the verifying of signatures. That's been available for anybody. I've had people ask me about it. That's been available if you're up on the slope, or if you're on a vacation, or if you just don't want to go down to the polls, which is a very likely going to happen this year with the COVID thing. I think it takes care of it. In addition to that, we have, I believe it's called special needs, but I've always called it personal representatives. You know, that takes care of anybody that physically cannot get to a poll to vote because something came up between asking for an absentee and otherwise. I've been a personal representative for several individuals over the years. I've had it over 35 years ago, came out of the hospital the day before an election, called the phone number in Anchorage, had two lovely ladies come to my house with a ballot. It still works. These things work. I don't think we need to fix them. And I can tell you this, it would be a whole different story. And if you want to call it personal bias, I guess you guys are going to do that. But I can tell you right now, if the state of Alaska was going that way, I'd be all for it because then everybody be on a level playing field. Adding another way does not add to any kind of convenience, safety issues, and it certainly doesn't, address any better our, the diversity we have in our community is very well served by the 4 ways we have. And yes, I understand it's just a study. I'm wondering why we're talking about a study at this time when we have quite a few issues that need to be faced within our community, within our state. So I'm not going to be able to support this, and if that makes me biased, I guess I'm biased. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any further discussion from council?
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And if I might say, Deputy Mayor Combs said it very eloquently. There are multiple ways, and it's, I think, disingenuous to express this vote by mail as something that is new and different, where we do have an educated populace, and they are smart enough to request an absentee ballot. So that opportunity is already there. So it's disingenuous to paint the picture that due to COVID that people are going to be at risk to vote. That's shameful. And right now, we do have an issue with people not going to the polls, and what that information is, and the rationale as to why they're not participating. Well, we see them vote on Facebook all the time. They go out there and they are keyboard warriors, and they show up to peaceful protests as well. And so we know that there is an opportunity to engage in the community, and we see that usually at the polls when they are unhappy with things. And when people don't show up in the polls, does that necessarily mean that they didn't have the opportunity to vote, or is it that they're at peace with the direction things are going? So I think that's something that is also not taken into consideration. Thirdly is that I have much pride when it came to voting, and I would show it with my children and to teach them about why it's important to vote. And every time I have gone to a polling station, you see parents with their children and discussing what they're doing and why they're doing it. And I think this is an important piece of the fabric of our community and our country, that we do take pride in voting, and we do take a little bit of our time. And so to go to, or to even have the discussion to spend more money to ask a question that we already all know in our hearts anyhow, that the opportunities are there. We have multiple ways to vote, and it's a civic duty that many of us are very proud to participate in. So I will be voting along this as well.
It is almost 11 o'clock, so if I can have the consensus from the council to extend so we can vote on this issue and finish the rest of our agenda. Is there any objections to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Alrighty, so any other comments from the council before the deputy clerk calls the roll? Okay, deputy clerk, you will.
For how long?
The action part hours.
Okay.
No, we finished, no later than midnight, but hopefully we can finish before that with the items left on the agenda. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Valerius,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabrina Combs,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Carrington,
No.
Councilmember Richard Best,
No.
Councilmember Julie Burbrick,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Linda Combs,
No.
Mayor Ed DeVries.
No.
Motion passed.
Thank you. All right, the next item is record of items placed on the table.
Deputy Clerk, roll report. Do you have a report for me?
The written testimonies, the items placed on the table.
And then also the amendment for the ordinance 20-006. Okay? All right. One last opportunity for the audience to participate. 3 minutes if you're representing yourself, 5 minutes if you're representing the group. Okay, audience participation is now open.
Do you want me to write that down or?
The
table and everything?
It's okay.
Okay.
First off, I would like to acknowledge that we are all sitting on hot and land. I would like to make a statement of the protest that I helped organize on June 6th. My name is Aurora Till. I'm 18 years old and I was born and raised in Palmer, Alaska. What took place on June 6th was powerful, and I will never apologize for what took place. Palmer is a predominantly white community, and I see racism all around me my entire life. I sit here today in solidarity with Black and Indigenous peoples. I sit here because the majority of them don't feel safe approaching people in power in our community. I sit here in fear of my friends. Never in my life had I ever been so involved in organizing something so much bigger than myself. I acknowledge that I make mistakes, but this has been the biggest learning experience of my life. On June 6th, 2,000 plus people were able to gather and be able to listen to the stories of Black and Indigenous in the Black Indigenous community. A quarter of the population of Palmer spoke out against the issues that BOPC faced in their everyday lives. 2,000 people. I'm so proud that everyone that showed up, and I'm incredibly grateful that everything went so well. After the protest, many people approached me emotional because they had never felt so accepted in the community before the event. I had friends and strangers reaching out to me, telling me stories of the personal racism that they had faced growing up in the valley. As a citizen of Palmer, I feel it is my duty to develop and encourage a community where everybody feels accepted and safe. As young organizers know that this is not the last time you'll be seeing and hearing from us. I will always fight against the injustices I see, and I will absolutely not tolerate racism in my own community. Thank you for hearing me, and now I would like to make a call of action, and I would like to ask you what you have planned as public officials to support BIPOC. Thank you.
Anybody else that would like to?
Going up? Oh, me? Okay, thank you. Change my timer. All wet.
I know.
All wet, I'm gonna take it down. Take it down or something? Look at all.
didn't hear you earlier, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me for test? Can you hear me okay now? Is it okay now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My name is Eugene Carl Haber. I represent myself, Alaska resident for over 42 years, resident Anchorage for approximately 20 years, and currently resident in Mexico Valley. First, I would like to deal with the police issue. Several people spoke tonight during this presentation, taking two different sides of the issue. But you know, I deal with the process. Now, the girl, city manager, who was once, I didn't say it, who was once, no, who was once toxic, who was once the girl manager, but he took the position of city manager, with a Monday. And 8 days, let's say 8 days later, yesterday, a letter by the city manager, for Congress, appeared, taking a position on the police chief and to keep him in his position. It was on Facebook. That was bad enough. It should have been advertised a lot better than putting things on Facebook. What about the city council, the city site Congress, like Facebook? I had to look for it, I didn't see it on the city site. Only was mentioned. But the fact is, you're not on job for 8 days, and then he makes a decision. The communication says several weeks of reviewing, but several weeks of reviewing, he was still holding a position as borough manager for the borough. You can say that, no dollar here, okay? But the situation is, you have a situation where you created, obviously a situation where a number of people here at tonight's meeting having strong opinions on the subject. Was the sentiment there, what was said in the letter, going to dissolve it? No, we saw it tonight. It's going to continue. For the satisfaction of appropriate process and review, we do not know what's appropriate because all we know is the communication by the city manager in a letter. We don't know what process occurred. There's nothing in writing. There was no indication at a city council meeting before in a presentation how this all was going to happen. And at the last city council meeting that was present, there was a situation where at that time, he wasn't in that position a couple of weeks ago. The interim city manager was there. And it was a council member toward the end in closing comments made note that it wasn't the city council that made the decision on the situation of this issue. It was the city manager. So you have had a repeat of a situation like people testified tonight and previously on the assumption the city council is in control. And we're left with a situation of more frustration and we're in the dark. And I'll leave with that, except can I just say this because it is the point, okay? I can do it real quick. You had some discussion about the situation where you're meeting. You're worried about cost. Alternate Tuesdays are pretty much open at the Borough Assembly Chambers. Technology is there, video is there, and I don't doubt the borough would cooperate. And would allow a situation of this unknown, and you have that whole room available. That's the way to go. I agreed with you before, that's the way to go. And you would have and you also create a situation where, for those members of the council that remember my remarks years ago, that you would have a situation of having a policy of difference and holding meetings the same night as the Borough Assembly because you're using that room. That's it. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Oh,
sure. Of course. Let's put this stand up. My name is Mike Molesca, 325 East Barwood Avenue, Homer, Alaska. I want to welcome the new city manager, Mr. John Lucy, to the, I'm not sure what, given tonight's events. I'd like to also perhaps suggest that I've observed meetings of all sorts for many years, participated in them. And there were a couple things tonight I think that, as I reflect, were most significant. And that is, I do not believe I have seen that many people of a certain age, younger people, come and testify, share very intimate experiences in their lives, very powerful experiences in their lives. And I know that there are broader national issues that are in flux, and we're sitting here in the midst of a pandemic. But my own sense about this is proving to be an inflection point for all that that means. And that means that whatever we've been doing, and witness the way you're sitting here today or on a Zoom meeting, it's different. And in my own life, I've never quite experienced this kind of situation. And I suspect that whether it's looking at voting or looking at responses, perhaps some of the forums that we've depended upon and felt comfortable in no longer really suffice. We've been mentioning social media, for example, which, in fact, as I think about it, the entire issue involving Chief Shelton is about something that appeared in a social media post somewhere. It's almost, it doesn't feel real. It was out there. But that posting had a dramatic effect because of the way in which people relate to one another with social media, etc. It's very, very different to have produced this amount of energy on a posting there. And I'm wondering if, as Lucy goes forward, or the council goes forward, whether this is going to require some very creative work about finding a forum. It's not a posting on Facebook or even a discussion here in the council chambers, but a way in which Chief Shelton will have an opportunity to be in the real world rather than being discussed in what I think is a very artificial way because of the posting. So that's just a few comments and observations. Thank you very much for listening. Have a good day.
Anyone else in the audience that would like to bring something to the attention of the council? Seeing no one, audience participation is now closed. And council comments. Councilman Sturgeon, you're down in the corner. Let's start with you, sir. Council comments.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to make a couple statements. I was kind of challenged. I was reading a post a friend of mine did on Facebook with a challenge to read to the end, and it was a young black man sharing his experience. And one of his comments that really hit me was that he said, everybody has a voice, but white males have a louder voice. So, in case that's true, I guess I want to say that I want Palmer to be a place that's safe for everyone. You know, and I want people to feel safe. And if anyone has ideas, I'd like to hear about them. But another thing I heard off of a podcast from another black man, he claimed to be a factivist, that I want to deal with facts, I want to deal with actual. And the trouble with the internet is everything gets very convoluted very quickly. You know, but in Palmer, I want people to be safe. I want everyone to feel safe. And I'm challenging myself and others to find ways to make changes to make that happen. And another perspective, many years back when I first got on the council, I actually did a ride-along with the police. And I didn't do it until after Officer Rowland was killed on duty. You know, and now what was a little bit of an access road is now, you know, known as Rowland Memorial Way, and I guess I want to also say I appreciate the police and what they do. And, and I do expect them to, to be respectful as they serve and protect. Well, that's it.
Deputy Mayor Holmes?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Comments?
I'm certainly all for, the planting of more lilacs in Palmer, Federal City Manager, and as well as I'm pretty sure as I'm, rattling through quite a few years worth of things stuffed in this house to back up, that I'll come across the one or two things that I might be able to deliver to his office that will help him remember things like City of Palmer, Go Moose and that sort of thing. So I do want to welcome you officially once more, Mr. Moosey. Thank you very much. Your reports and your answers this evening were excellent. I did think to myself Sunday morning on Father's Day when I received 2 phone calls back to back regarding the smell from the area of our sewage treatment plant, that it just goes to show there's no days off for any of us that serve our community, and there shouldn't be. That's what we're here to do. So I am not real sure exactly how we're going to address some of the very real problems that continued closure at our senior services centers located here in Palmer is going to keep impacting our community, and frankly about 20% of our population here is affected by that. So I'll keep you guys updated. We're trying to think of something. Just keep in mind whenever you if you see anybody or you think of a neighbor or whatever, give them a phone call, do something, because unlike the rest of us on Zoom or getting out and about, there's many of our seniors that have really become very isolated, and our center was one of the very bright lights of this community. So other than that, we have some nights that are like this. They're very long, and thank you everybody for hanging in there. It's just the way we roll, right? So have a good couple of weeks here, guys.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd like to welcome Mr. Moosey to the City of Palmer, and I wish that your first week with the City of Palmer could have been a little smoother, a little easier, but I look forward to working with you. I'd also like to thank all the people that came in this evening to testify again regarding the situation with Chief Shelton. I truly appreciate them taking the time to do that and really take to heart some of the things that I heard tonight. And the way I see it, the City of Palmer Police Department, Chief Shelton, have a trust issue. Something that we need to be sure to regain the trust of the public that frankly right now isn't really sure that they can trust our police department. I like Mike's idea of Chief Shelton being a part of that, and that's definitely something that I would hope that maybe he could do, reach out to the public and be a part of regaining that trust. Having said, Mr. Moosey put out some bullet points in his press release on some of the things that we're going to enact, and I I would like to, in order to work on that trust, see some follow-up on those bullet points that were put out, to show the city and the citizens that we are actually following through, not just talking. So I hope I can ask for that from you, Mr. Missy, that we will see some follow through on this and that the public can have restored trust in the City of Palmer Police Department. Thank you.
Councilwoman Valeria?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to welcome Mr. Musi to the city. Echoing Councilman Berberick, one might have hoped to walk into a little less rambunctious first week maybe on your job. I struggled a little bit with how to address a lot of these issues around Chief Shelton. I know I gave some words last or 2 weeks ago at our meeting, and I really appreciate the people who took the time to reach out, who came in tonight, who have sent emails. Like many other council members, we've gotten many emails on both sides of this issue. I by no means, again, condone any of the Facebook postings, and there's something that I have learned, be it in my life and in my career and the place professionally that I hold in the community, and we have to be careful what we put out there. You do. And that's part of being responsible adults, because we do all have First Amendment rights. Absolutely we do. But we also don't get those sometimes without consequences, and that is what we're seeing right now. So I'm all about supporting people's rights. Mike, thank you for your comments at the end. I think that was a nice summary. I look forward to a bit of discussion about Fred Meyer and the bag issue. I'm not an advocate of plastic bags by any means, but I am willing to have a discussion and figure out what we can do that will be best for the community, as well as helping them. I guess lastly, one thing I'd like people to think about a little bit is through all of this talk about racism and all of these things, some of the reading that I've done, one thing that I think often gets confused is like it's only bad people or it's a good bad issue, and it's not that at all. There are good people who we have with biases. I have biases, but I'm trying to learn what my biases are. That's a function of where we grow up in the society we grow up in. So I really would like to ask people to move away from a good bad person concept, because I don't think it's that at all. So with that, thank you for a good discussion tonight, a long meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to all of the people that came at this meeting and the last meeting. It's been really enlightening to hear from all of them. I'm the only person of color on this council. That's sometimes not even known, because I'm not quote unquote very dark skinned. But I recognize that as my own privilege. I have been able to be a person of color who's worked my way through the community relatively unscathed because of the color of my skin, but I have seen it in this town and others against my father and my grandfather, who have much darker skin than my own. So I can attest that when we try our hardest to deny the existence of racism in our town, it most certainly does exist. having this life experience, I think, has given me a unique and ultimately sad choice for my place on the council. On one hand, I recognize the oath that we've taken to uphold the charter of this city, which states that we don't have any control over the hiring and firing of city employees, and that falls to our manager, not to the council. The decisions have made, and I'm certain after a lot of thought and analysis and reflection. So I appreciate and sad that that was one of the first major decisions our new manager had to make. On the other hand, I truly ache for my brothers and sisters of color and the youth that spoke here tonight, and for survivors of sexual assault who no longer feel safe in our community. I honestly don't know what the correct decision was for this decision, for this situation. Both results alienate a section of our community and create divisiveness among our citizens. So the only thing left we can do is hope, and that is hope that we all recognize now that words definitely do matter, and we can see how easy it is to break the trust of others. I can also hope that we hold ourselves accountable for all the actions that we take, and each one of us has a duty to respect and represent every member of our community, regardless of the views they hold. And I hope that Chief Shelton, along with every other person in a position of power in the city, recognizes the trust the community has placed in us, and we work hard to restore that. Some of those voices tonight are they're especially youth, and we need those youth because they're the ones that are going to be taking the reins from us. I am thankful for our police department, though. They are a group of amazing individuals, and I cannot begin to put myself in their shoes. I don't know what it's like to risk my life every day, and I don't know what it's like to make split-second decisions that can change someone else's life. But we also need to remember that we can't put ourselves in the shoes of those who have been discriminated against either. And we need to remember that. We can support our police while also supporting those that have experienced discrimination at the same time. So I urge each of you to do that, and I'm thankful for the discussion we have today. Thank you.
Councilman Best?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was a lot of emotions showed over the last couple of weeks, a couple of meetings. It's all very raw still, very, very passionate voices that we've heard. And as Councilwoman Combs said about the police department, they are amazing individuals on the police department. I think that actually goes to society in general. We are all individuals. And when we get to the point, as we are right now, where in which Councilwoman Combs, her stated that she was very light-skinned, and she felt that there was a little bit of a privilege associated to that. When we look and gauge people based on colors, that does not take into cultural respects either. And so many folks who have the appearance of white aren't necessarily truly white, or maybe the family that they grew up in is much more diversified than what the first face value when somebody kind of looks at somebody and their appearance of. And so, I mean, this is something that actually goes both ways. And I think that's a very important discussion to be had. I think that we have to hear the truths of individuals. My truth is not necessarily the next person's truth. And that goes back to the life that we have lived, how we've been raised. All subjects have different paths that they have traveled to get there, and they're going to go off into different paths. So respect for one another, the idea that we all have opinions, and that we all have the the opportunity to be heard. I really appreciate those folks who have come in and testified. I mean, it's not a easy thing to get up in front of them, even though that we're a very small council. When you sit, even for those of us who have been on council before, when you are on the other side of the seat and you're faced with that microphone, it is very unnerving, and it does get your blood pressure up a bit, and sometimes our passions get the best of us, and sometimes the words don't come out exactly correct. But I really appreciate everybody. These are important discussions to be continued to be had. I do appreciate Mr. Molesky's point as well. So thank you very much.
So with that,